And I think of all the things and what you're doing. In my head I'll bring a picture. Since I'm coming home, well my body's been a mess. And I miss your ginger hair and the way you like to dress. Won't you come over? Someone making a fool out of me. Why don't you come on over, Valerie? Check out Guitar George. He knows all the chords. Mine is strictly rhythm. He doesn't wanna make it cry or sing. No guitar, so he can afford. When he gets under the light to play his thing.
Okay, morning everyone. I'm just letting you know that we'll start in 5 minutes. The people online can just be patient with us. Thanks. We'll start in 5 minutes. Thank you. Good morning. Good morning. We will be starting now. My name is Lindy Wendlela. I am the co-director and head of programs at PARI, and I am here to give a little bit of direction to the program this morning. So a warm welcome to you all, to all of you in the room and those that are online. I'm told we had about 75 people online as of 5 minutes ago, and I'm sure people will join in as we go along. Just a few housekeeping to those that are joining us for the first time. I mean, the bathrooms are outside to the right, and those of you in need of a Wi-Fi code, it's pasted at the back of the room. You can access it there. So this workshop, I think at PARI we are very pleased that this workshop is happening. It follows 2 successfully held conferences that we've co-hosted with KSEC. And we are just pleased that we are able to see this unit of work through and put the so-called finger on the pulse on issues around state capture. So you all have received a program, and in the program you will have seen the bios, so we will not spend too much time reading out the bios. You can look at those yourselves. The program starts now, and we aim to finish at about lunchtime, and I'm told that we will have the bar open for not hard liquor after that at lunchtime for about an hour. So please, after your lunch, you are quite welcome to join people to join us at the bar there. In terms of the program, we will have Lawson, our partner from KSEC, taking us through the aims of the workshop. I mean, and how it links to the conferences that we've held previously. And then he will introduce our keynote speaker, and then I'll come up and introduce the Public Protector of South Africa. And then we will receive a presentation by the Presidency on how they are tracking the Zondo Commission recommendations. That is going to be given to us by Jonathan Tim, who will be joining us online. And then at that point, I will hand over to Devi, who will entertain the questions and answers, and then take us into tea break, and then we'll come back for the panel discussion. So with that, and after the panel discussion, Sarah, who's the head of our state reform program, will give us her closing remarks. And that's about all that I want to do today. So without any further ado, Lawson, if you can come up, and then you'll take it from there. Thank you.
Lindy, and good morning to all of you. It's good to see so many familiar faces back here again for this 3rd iteration of the KSEC-PARI conference on state capture. As Lindy has mentioned, this is the 3rd one. The first one we organized in October 2022, shortly after the final reports from the Commission were handed over to the President. And the conference happened shortly after the Presidency had responded to the report of the Zondo Commission and set out what its plan of action was. Over the last 2 years, we've convened 2-day conferences and covered a range of issues emanating from the reports. And the issues that we've covered have really focused on issues around institutional reform. What were the recommendations emanating from the Commission that spoke to the need to strengthen the foundations of our constitutional democracy in terms of those key institutions of governance, legislative changes, and the like? We've obviously not focused on individual cases that were recommended for further investigation and possible prosecution. That's an issue that is there, but it's not a focus of these discussions. We felt that it was important that we convene this workshop today because we cannot afford to lose sight of the work of the Commission, work that went over 4 years, and produced a great body of information that sits out there. And we certainly can't afford not to follow up on some of the recommendations that came out of it. And we know from previous experience with other commissions of inquiry that they soon lose traction and we lose focus on the recommendations of those processes. So the responsibility clearly lies with civil society, with the media, and with institutions of governance to follow up on these critical recommendations that have been made. Now, whilst in the past we focused very specifically on issues such as public procurement, whistleblower protection, the role of private sector actors, Parliament, and the NPA, and so on, the fact that there's no specific focus on those issues today does not mean that they're any less important or critical than they were when we discussed them last year and the year before. The purpose of today is a check-in on where we are, what still needs to be done, and to try and hone in on some of those key issues. We're also obviously now in a very different political landscape following the election earlier this year, with a government of national unity or a multi-party coalition, as I prefer to call it. And the issues that arise there is how will that play out in the longer term, and what can we do as civil society, as academics, and others involved and interested in these processes? How do we add our voices to what still needs to be done? What are the new pressure points that may have arisen as a result of this new political landscape? And so those are the sorts of issues that I think will guide some of our conversation today. We will certainly continue to do the work as CASAC and PARI on this issue, and perhaps reconvene a conference next year. I know Sarah may not want to hear that. But it's a body of work that we need to follow up on, as many other civil society organizations are already doing. So I don't want to take up much more of your time in that regard. We're very privileged today to have with us Advocate Andrea Johnson, the head of the Investigating Directorate Against Corruption, newly established as a permanent body, and we are very grateful for that. It's an example of the pressure that's been put and the results that can be achieved through that pressure. We're also very pleased to have with us this morning Advocate Koleka Kaleka, the Public Protector of South Africa, who will share some of her thoughts with us in a short while. But it gives me great pleasure to welcome as our keynote speaker this morning Advocate Paul Pretorius, who you will all know as the evidence leader at the State Capture Inquiry. He needs no introduction, and you do have his bios, but I just want to highlight from his deep and distant past Paul's role in South Africa in the 70s, his long association with the National Union of South African Students, NUSAS, way back in the late 60s, I think it started, Paul, into the 70s. And, you know, he's also someone who's not unfamiliar with the NGO sector, having spent a number of years in his early career at the Legal Resources Center. And so, Paul, it's with great pleasure that we invite you to address us this morning. Thank you.
As one gets older, one must be careful about walking up steps, because your competence is judged by how you climb aeroplane steps. Thank you for the invite, CASAC and PARI. I intend to cover, if I may, some of the history and attributes of the Zondo Commission, because I do believe in facing the challenges today, we can learn from a little of the unwritten aspects of the Zondo Commission, which I will cover. Now, you must forgive me that I'm not as literate as you may think with all this fancy slideshow. I was helped in doing it by someone from the Zondo Commission research team. So forgive me if I stumble through it. The Zondo Commission, its mandate was to investigate and make recommendations, not prosecute. The burden of proving a prosecution in relation to a state capture finding is much higher and much more onerous and much more detailed, and I'll come back to that point later, than the requirements for a finding of a commission of inquiry. Two separate questions arise, and I'd like to address them. One, to what extent have the Commission's recommendations been implemented? And I'm not going to go through the whole checklist. There are those available, and you will deal with those later today. Second, and perhaps more importantly, now, today, what comes next in the fight against corruption? And obviously, as Lawson has said, civil society plays a critical role in addressing these concerns. In civil society, we have watchdogs and advocates. We have the ability to mobilize communities, to demand transparency, and holding leaders accountable to prevent a return to the days of state capture, but importantly, to deal with corruption as it manifests itself in our society today. My one message that I will return to at the end is, for goodness sake, let's stop being so polite. So I will deal in the main with two broad issues: the essential features and findings of the Zondo Commission and their implementation, and secondly, corruption today and what we can learn from Zondo in developing a response to present-day corruption. What informed Zondo? What was the background and the context to the Zondo Commission? Firstly, there was vigilance and awareness. There were the public protector reports. There were the investigative media operations and reports, which were thorough, comprehensive, and insightful. There were the academia researchers and publications. One example was Parry, Betrayal of the Promise, which played a central role in what happened down the road. And then there were investigations into Eskom and the like in Parliament. But there was, before Zondo, importantly, a vigilance and awareness from various quarters, principally from civil society. Secondly, and very importantly, Zondo was independent. There was no one who controlled what Zondo decided to investigate, what he decided to do. Critical to the success, however you may regard it, of the Zondo Commission was that it was an independent commission of inquiry chaired by an independent judge. Third was what I refer to as and harp on about, I'm afraid, the big picture analysis. Right at the commencement of the inquiry, in the opening address, the legal team asked the question, are we dealing today with isolated ad hoc incidents of corruption, or is there a state capture project? Is it organized? Does it have many features, some visible, some invisible, which result in the phenomenon of state capture? I will deal with this, and that aspect of Zondo is often overlooked. Next, we had access to technology, sophisticated technology. That feature does not, I'm afraid, exist in our law enforcement agencies today. Zondo had capacity and expertise, not just ordinary investigators, top investigators carefully selected from forensic firms. At any stage, we had 100 of the top investigators working on the various aspects of the terms of reference. The investigating directorate that has the higher onus in the criminal context today has 22. Collaboration. We enjoyed the collaboration of banks, companies, witnesses, very importantly whistleblowers, and aspects of civil society that all came to the assistance of the Commission. And importantly, no fear, no favour. There was none of that in the Zondo Commission, and no protection. There was no one looking over our shoulders saying, stop that investigation. All features which are essential for an effective fight against corruption today and effective implementation of these Zondo recommendations. Let's look at the big picture, because although it's history, it's important to understand the nature of the project, because that is an investigation. I wonder whether it is being comprehensively done today. Importantly, the State Security Agency, which at the time and still is our bulwark against threats to the state, including state capture, contributed nothing to the, when it was its job to do so, contributed nothing to the formation and background of the Zondo Commission. And in fact, we investigated SSA rather than SSA helping us. So, if you look at the yellow part, all that was preceded by the formation of relationships between persons in the private sector and persons in the public sector. That was a planned and deliberate formation of relationships in order to achieve what followed. Largely the Guptas, but other organizations, the Watsons and others in Bosasa. The governing party played its role, whether actively or inactively, and that's an admission that came through the evidence in Zondo. The relationships, the demands of the relationships resulted in appointments and dismissals at ministerial board and executive level, principally in the SOEs. They then repurposed the SOEs, centralizing procurement, changing procurement patterns. The main role players moved from Transnet to Eskom at a stage. And they then formed relationships with private entities, the Bains, the McKinseys, and the like. And so they then, principally in the procurement sphere, they were able to rake out billions and billions of rand. That then resulted in money flows out, money laundering, and the rewards in cash. And the Zondo Commission scratched the surface there of the rewards in cash that came back to those that benefited from running the project. Importantly, that green line at the bottom, law enforcement agencies, state security, and the Hawks, crime intelligence, those organizations were riven with factional struggles, and they were hollowed out. The NPA was hollowed out and is still fully to recover. So the wall of defense against what happened above that green line was simply non-existent. In fact, it was to an extent collaborative. Parliamentary oversight, top left of the screen, largely absent, and the subject matter of quite a lot of investigation. And that's not only the problem of the ruling party. All the political parties sit on the Joint Standing Committee of Intelligence. We were able to read the contents with my limited security clearance, the contents of the minutes and reports of the JSCI. They were largely lax in their oversight, and that is the fault of every political party, not that sits on the JSCI, not just the ruling party. In any event, that is the big picture that informed the investigation and the fulfillment of the terms of reference of the Commission and its report. There's a whole section right in the beginning of the report that elaborates on what I've just shown. I've dealt with this definition in an address recently, but the definition of state capture and the terms of reference were relatively narrow and focused. They didn't intend to cover the full ambit of corruption that was prevalent in our society then and certainly is prevalent and growing today. And the corruption that we face today deserves a much wider definition. That is the abuse of entrusted power for private gain, which harms the public interest in the manner that it does. That's the definition of state capture that informed the Zondo report. And that's the wide definition of corruption that we face today. The purpose of this series of conferences or seminars or workshops is to assess how far we have come in implementing Zondo recommendations. There are a number of Zondo recommendation trackers besides the work that is being done in this forum. But I'd like to just summarize the areas in which these recommendations, or categories in which these recommendations find themselves. Importantly, public procurement. That goes to the center of what happened in the period of state capture, what the report concentrated on, and where its findings landed. Unfortunately, as you will know, even colloquially, public procurement, the problems have not been solved. We are now several years after the report, and I'm afraid it's no exaggeration to say too little, too slow. The detail you will no doubt deal with. Whistleblower protection, whistleblowers are still under threat. Deferred prosecution agreements, that has been implemented by the NPA and the ID, where the prosecutions of corporations are delayed or dealt with other than criminal prosecution in order to secure convictions of the individuals and ringleaders involved. This may be a controversial issue that persons want to question. I'm happy to deal with it at question time or later. But where a corporation self-reports, where it cooperates, where it embarks upon conduct to ensure that the conduct is not repeated, where there's fine or other remedial action undertaken or paid, and where, importantly, where there's an agreement to produce evidence to convict the wrongdoers, there may be a deferred prosecution agreement entered into, and it has international precedent. The state-owned entities and individuals implicated, a number of recommendations were made in regard to prosecutions, but also dealing with the appointment of SOE boards, dealing with SOE board delinquencies, and other matters dealing with state-owned entities. The recommendation under heading 5, State Security and the Presidency, Parliamentary Oversight, restructuring amalgamation of the State Security Agency, access by the Auditor General into the books of the SSA, and the strong recommendation that ministers shouldn't interfere in the operations of the SSA, as has been exhibited in the history examined by the Zondo Commission. Then 6, rumour has it that the Anti-State Capture and Corruption Commission, which I think, thanks, just wave at me, will you? Just a fist, not a finger. The Anti-State Capture and Corruption Commission, my strong view is that that is an essential recommendation, and I'll explain why in due course. A permanent commission to continue to investigate state capture and corruption and make recommendations in the way that Zondo did. Rumour has it that that has been dealt with in the NACAC report, and I'm permitted by a member of NACAC to emphasize that despite the fact that this report was delivered in March to the Presidency, more than 6 months later, it has not seen the light of day. That is simply inexcusable, and we're being far too polite about it. Civil society is being polite about it. Parliament, one of the main features of the evidence led was that Parliament was not overzealous in its duties at the time and was not performing its oversight role. This was strongly addressed and seems to have been addressed, at least to an extent, in Parliament today. And then there were a number of additional oversight measures of some detail. I'm sure all of those will receive attention today and at other times. I've mentioned the NACAC report, and where is it? But importantly, not only where is it, the 3 letters that should be embedded on our foreheads is why. Why do we have the state of slow and inadequate implementation that we do? And why has the NACAC report not been published? It's years later in an emergency. The question must be asked why, and civil society must demand answers in any event. While this all goes on, our ranking internationally in the international corruption indices continues, even after 2022, the publication of the report, to go lower and lower. Our rankings are not happy, and that is not a feature that augurs well for our removal from the grey list. I'd like to move on to a separate but importantly very related topic of what certainly I want to say today. What is happening now? It's all very well for us to look back at the period of concentrated state capture and say what is being done about that. But in the meanwhile, our society is under threat, and the nature and extent of corruption is changing rapidly. Its prevalence, it is in existence throughout our public and many parts of our private sectors. The type of corruption is evolving and changing. It's becoming increasingly, excuse the spelling error, is it there? Yes. Pervasive, continuing, and extending. From a ministerial level, there are admissions that it is out of control, that corruption is escalating. Importantly, it's characterized by diverse, not concentrated as in the Gupta days, diverse syndication, and importantly, violent enforcement. And the question must be asked, is there any link to the new political polarization that we find in our country? Failed state, mafia state, that's largely a matter of semantics, a debate I don't wish to enter into. But the London School of Economics have come up with a term of the fragile state, where you have stagnation, low growth rates, extreme inequality, where statutory institutional arrangements are vulnerable to challenges by rival institutional systems or other non-state power brokers. Transport industry, the taxi industry is just but one example. Mining is another example. And it's characterized by government failures. Wherever there's a government failure, whether it be at Richards Bay Harbour to prevent the exports of illicitly obtained infrastructure or coal, or whether it is in the city of Johannesburg where hijacked buildings are taken over by criminal syndicates. Mark Shaw of JITOC says organized crime, and this is an accurate assessment of a recent report of JITOC, has recently outpaced our ability to counteract it, threatening global security and societal well-being. If one just has some very brief and perhaps too rapid an overview of the sectors in which organized crime and corruption is currently taking place, not during state capture, currently. Local government, corruption rife. Infrastructure, transport, construction, water rife. Education, the CETAs, NSFAS, Fort Hare. Health, the hospitals, departments of health. Finance, National Lottery, RAF payouts, and other areas too. Law enforcement, police involvement in drugs, the state attorney, the legal profession. Those are the sectors of state activity in which corruption is still and perhaps increasingly rife. The sectors of organized crime, this list increases every week. Illegal mining, the sabotage syndicates where infrastructure and other operations are destroyed to pay for their repairs at the hands of the syndicates who organize it. Assassinations, 131 targeted killings in 2023 reported. Extraction syndicates, copper, coal, metals. At one time we were exporting more coal than we mined. Kidnapping, extortion. Now kidnapping, 50 per day. That extrapolated over a year's 18,000, expected to increase over December. That is a frightening statistic. And then there are the transnational syndicates which operate in our sphere. Drugs, money laundering, poaching, wildlife trade, human trafficking. Again, Shaw says organized crime is an existential threat to South Africa's democratic institutions, economy, and people. This is the problem with technology. For me, it doesn't speed things up at all. Let me just read from the JITOC 2023 report. This is Mark Shaw's NGO. In 2021, state-owned enterprises Eskom, Transnet, and Passenger Rail Agency of South Africa, PRASA, and partially state-owned company Telkom said they were experiencing combined direct losses of about 7 billion a year, with an estimated 187 billion in associated losses to the broader economy due to copper cable theft and vandalism. Now, that is in itself frightening, but remember, the theft of a traffic light and its wiring is one thing. It must then go to a fence, a scrap metal dealer. It must then be transported. It then goes to Richards Bay Harbour, and it's then exported. Why has that chain not been disrupted and broken down, and where does it go? These are legitimate questions that must be asked, and I'm afraid must be answered. There was an example that I referred to in the last couple of weeks in a talk at Defend Our Democracy, where a train with several truckloads of coal was hijacked without any security accompanying the train. That coal was stolen and then taken out the country, replaced by junk, basically, which then goes into the boilers of the Eskom power stations. That was discovered by the revenue services, not by the Hawks, not by SSA, not by anybody else. And that's a shame, actually. Assassinations, 131 cases, organized crime related, taxi industry, political assassinations, and personal assassinations, the majority being at the hands of organized crime. Those are assassinations which are reported and which we know. So it is no doubt an underrepresentation. Mass killings, not a recent phenomenon, but a recently reported prominent phenomenon. What's going on there? We don't fully yet understand, but that's a serious threat to the security of our society. So, firstly, the awareness and the recognition. A la Zondo, we are in serious trouble. I don't know what that's doing there. Oh, yeah. All right. It is if our society has become anesthetized, that we are polite. Issues get lost in decorum. We are in serious trouble as a result of crime, corruption, and the violence and the threat to our society that accompanies it, let alone the threat to development and economic development, jobs, and the like. I don't have to go into all that. You're all experts. You're aware of it. But the recognition, the urgency with which we ask and answer the question, we are in serious trouble, seems to not or be lacking. So and this is where civil society organizations can play a role. It can reawaken that awareness that preceded the Zondo Commission. As a matter of urgency and as a matter of forthrightness, it does seem the days of polite engagement are inapposite. There is a lovely cartoon, Carlos, I think, is the author, who talks of Zondo reading the bad time story to the children of Africa. And quite despondently, the child says, oh, sure, that's terrible, can I go to bed? No. And Zondo says no. And in that cartoon is the message that I think that civil society is taking on board, but perhaps needs to take on board more urgently. So if we look at what informed the success of the Zondo Commission, there are certain essential elements of what must inform every attempt, every organization, every law enforcement agency in addressing what we see now and going forward. Independence, critical. The law enforcement agencies cannot be controlled by the very executive that might have to be subject to their investigation, and that is the position today. That is a non-negotiable. Secondly, in relation to policy, the law enforcement agencies must have that independence. In relation to their budget, in relation to their capacitation, skilled, trained, and sufficient in number, that is not what we see at present. Certainly not the capacity that the investigating directorate has it. And I've given you the figures, 22 versus 100. The Scorpions had over 200, I think, at their peak. Technology, a very important aspect. We are way behind in the use of technology in crime prevention and law enforcement. There should be no reason for that. Again, why? Those three letters emblazoned on our foreheads. Why? Executive support. The executive, which is the accounting and responsible agency for the ID and the NPA, should not have to be begged for capacity, should not have to be begged for resources, should not have to be begged for technology, should not have to be begged for access to the Zondo data. The executive should be delivering it in Fenter trailers by the volume. Now, it's absolute nonsense that the very department that is responsible for and accountable for law enforcement, or because the NPA is not independent to the degree that it should be, is supine. And let me give you a rather puerile analogy, but I think it works. The powers that be put you remember the old Beetle? I was proud enough to own one in my youth. You don't see them anymore. On an F1 circuit. And that Beetle must complete the circuit and compete against the Ferraris and the Red Bulls and the like. And when it doesn't, people say, oh, the driver is useless, that car is useless. But nobody asks, and this is incredible, nobody asks, why was that car put there in the first place? Why wasn't a Ferrari put there? Because it takes a Ferrari to compete adequately on an F1 circuit. That question, remarkably, is absent largely from our national dialogue, and it shouldn't be. And then collaboration. Private enterprise, business is collaborating, but perhaps in doing that collaboration, business abandons its critical stance, and that's why any collaboration should hopefully be at an arm's length, without the undertaking to keep silent on matters of importance. Prosecutions. I'm not going to go into that, but there is no simple case. It has been suggested in recent media articles, Center for Development, CDE, I think, that we must choose the simple cases. There is no simple case. Where you are dealing with common purpose and where you are dealing with conspiracy, where the conspirators and the directors of the operations took elaborate steps to conceal themselves and to distance themselves from the actual wrongdoing on the ground, that is not an easy case. There are other interventions that could work, unexplained wealth orders, lifestyle audits, a new approach to digital evidence and the admission of digital evidence. We are way behind in our law in relation to the admission of digital evidence, which can be admitted without the necessity of a chain of evidence, you know, the knife in the plastic bag that gets signed off right down the line and then stored in the locker room at the police station. That's not necessary for digital evidence. The United States has recognized that in their advancements of the law. We've still got to catch up. But there are challenges. Some of those challenges can be met. But until all the other features are in place, we're not going to see any success there. There's a current debate. I'm not going to go too far into that debate between Mr. Lewis on my left and Anne Bernstein, but under which the NPA is under attack, where the suggestion is that there should be a commission of inquiry to investigate the qualities of the driver and the engine and brakes and tires of the Volkswagen on the F1 circuit. No. The inquiry that is needed is an inquiry into the person who is accountable and who put that Volkswagen on that track in the first place. There have been recoveries way more than double, financial recoveries of the cost of the Zondo Commission. There's no reason why a permanent commission should also not be a cost-effective intervention. The business technological support is there. Choose easy cases suggests CDE, no such thing, but it's a matter that is receiving attention. But principally, my urgent sense is government must be held to account. It can't hide behind the NPA. But there is a corollary. Perhaps the NPA, and I must tread warily here because that's where I get some, not much, of my income at the moment. It must demand. The relationship cannot be fruitless because it's lost in decorum. And I must say that may be an unfair assessment because I don't know what's happening behind the scenes. But if the NPA is to rescue its image, which is under attack, it must be seen to demand. It must have the backing of civil society. And it must demand what it needs. And there can be no reason for it not to. I've mentioned the State Security Agency and the JSCI, the very organization that should be our bulwark against threats to our economy and our livelihoods. Big question, where is it? Those questions are legitimately asked and answers demanded. Let me return to that big picture. It's an analysis that needs to be done vigorously today, and that's why the recommendation of a commission is an important one. How high up does our corruption go? Who is in control? These syndicates and their operatives, where do they lurk? Why do they lurk untouched, largely? The Babita Diakorin matter being a prime example. After the destruction of the State Cabinet project, what has happened? Do we understand it fully? Are these just isolated incidents of corruption, the question that was asked at the opening of the Zondo Commission? Or is there, to a degree, an organized projects as well, behind it? Do we understand these issues adequately or at all? Is there political polarization and realignment relevant to crime and corruption? These questions need to be asked and, importantly, not only asked, but their answers insisted upon. So, again, to revert to Mark Shaw's report, current responses to present-day corruption are inadequate. We do not know, understand, and call the syndicate leaders to account. We need that awareness and vigilance that informed Zondo, now in a new context. There must be no assumptions that all we need to do is implement the Zondo recommendations. That certainly is not enough, because we're living in a new age of crime and corruption. But Zondo must be implemented nevertheless. So what Shaw says is current responses are inadequate. We urgently need innovative thinking, proactive measures, organized responses and collaborations. Civil society can ask the questions, make the demands, and importantly, most importantly, and without a degree of politeness that informs our dialogue today, demand the answers. So, what informs Zondo should inform us going forward. We need to understand what is happening, not simply by reading the report of the assassination or the kidnapping or the millions of rand stolen from the Department of Health or the Timbisa. But we should understand why it is happening and how it is happening in all its organized detail. That must be done by bodies which are independent, without fear or favor, and so that its investigations cannot be hamstrung by protectionism. It needs the big picture analysis yet again. It needs technology. It needs resources. It cannot be done without those. You cannot run an investigating directorate that is supposed to successfully investigate, and it has to investigate from scratch, and prosecute hundreds of cases related to state capture with 22 investigators. It's just not possible. Capacity, expertise must be part of the equation. Collaboration, yes, but at an arm's length. Security of tenure of those involved in law enforcement agencies, again, an essential. I hope that with the active, well, let me say one thing. I've concentrated on the bad news story, much like Zondo's cartoon. We are an amazing society. We handle diversity incredibly well, in my view. We handle our challenges ultimately well. We have a remarkable civil society with its history and the history of its involvement over the decades preceding our current crisis. I am hopeful that these advantages and qualities of our society can lead us forward, but it's a matter of urgency, and not just urgency in the production of energy, but urgency in the thinking, the analysis, and the like. So hopefully that's an apposite way of expressing our future. Thank you.
I can't go on without you. I can't go on. I can't go on without your love. I can't go on without your love.
Thank you very much, Advocate Pretorius, for that. I will not add anything except to say to Lawson that those annual conferences are a must now until civil society is heard, and hopefully civil society will not speak into an echo chamber to itself and not with others. And fortunately for us, we are not at this conference. We have the pleasure now of, I have the pleasure of introducing the Public Protector of the Republic of South Africa. I will not read too much into the bio because it is there, except to say that she is the current Public Protector, and before that, She was with the National Prosecuting Authority. We'll hear whether it's a Beetle, still a Beetle, or it was a Beetle at the time, or a Ferrari. As a Senior Deputy Director of Public Prosecutions and Special Prosecutor in the Sexual Offences and Community Affairs Unit. She's also served as Special Advisor to 3 ministers. They're all on the bio. She is a board member of the International Ombudsman Institute, and she was the first Black female national chairperson of the Society of State Advocates. Advocate Kollega Kalega, I would like to have you on stage. Thank you.
I stand on all, that's my, allow me to stand on all protocol already observed and recognize each and every one of you this morning. And thank you very much for having me here, representing the Public Protector South Africa, and just to get a few out of our experiences. And I cannot speak about the Zondo Commission, its recommendations, without recognizing the work that was done by the very same institution, which I must say I'm much privileged to lead now, at the time under the leadership of Prof. Madonsela. And I think what, as we reflect, what we need to take stock on is that the Public Protector was vested with this investigation. And the reasons why she could not conclude this investigation and called for a commission of inquiry further into the matters is because she was denied a budget to deal with such matters. The institution didn't have and still does not have the capacity to deal with matters of this magnitude. Was it necessary? All she asked for was a couple of million rands, and it costed the commission just over R1 billion to conclude its work. And what does it say to us? It tells us that to fight corruption requires resources. Now, as you speak about the structure and form at which institutions which fight corruption must be at, we should know that this requires a budget, it requires resources. So all these can be formed, but if they are not capacitated with the required resources, and I think it is evident from the work that the NPA is doing and also the work that the NPA is unable to reach, it is the issue of resources, the finances that are being put into these institutions. Without doubt, when you look at the reports we receive, some work has been done, but there's still a lot of work to be done. The Public Protector is seized with monitoring the implementations of these recommendations because the Zondo Commission derives from a remedial action of the Public Protector. We have met with the Speaker recently, who has expressed commitment to ensure that these are followed through. But what is critical that I really want to outline from our perspective, which are the priorities, that as civil society as well, and I want to agree with Advocate Pretorius, that you need to vigorously safeguard, is the issue of ethical leadership. Now, ethics is it has seemed as a difficult thing to monitor and guard, because it's not prescriptive. It's really guarding on a human being's behavior, the behavior of those who've been entrusted to lead the country and to lead critical institutions of this country. Now, the State of Capture report by Advocate Madonsela at the time, part of the remedial actions it made was the amendment to the Executive Members' Ethics Act, to which the Public Protector has a sole mandate to investigate. Now, that still has not been done. I mean, if that happened even before the Corn Court issued a judgment on the amendment to the Executive Code. Now, the amendment to the EMIA is rested in Parliament. So we've also discussed this with the Speaker, and she has promised to ensure follow-up on it and that it is effectively strengthened. But when we look at ethical leadership and probably our focus, and as I go through these pointers, I really want us to also focus on the way forward. Because as we are discussing and having regular conversations, and rightfully so, on the recommendations of the Zondo Commission, which really put in place structural reforms to prevent corruption, corruption systematically continues. And the truth is, it seems like human behavior is not deterred by law enforcement measures. Because if it was so, we wouldn't have had the PPE saga right in the middle of the hearings of the Zondo Commission. People were simply not afraid. At a critical state in our country, where as citizens who were battling with the issue of right to health and life, the very same funds which had to protect that right were stolen. And then what does it say about our approach, even to these reforms that are being implemented and going to be implemented? What must be the focal point? Yes, the professionalization of the state, ethical leadership, we speak about all those concepts. But is it the conceptualization that we must truly focus on? And when we speak about the professionalization of the state, by the way, our major focus is on the professionalization of government. We are not looking at the other arms of state. In order to ensure that we effectively prevent corruption, oversight and accountability plays a critical role. And that is in the hands of the legislature. Now, what is the form and shape of our legislature today? It worries me that we continue to have procurement challenges, budgets being passed, which do not serve for the good of the country, and these go through the legislature, year in and year out. Reports of the Auditor General, which she does table to the legislature, continue to be ignored. So when we speak of these recommendations of the Zondo Commission, it's not just only on the laws that Parliament is passing and so forth, but it is the form of Parliament itself, which I believe we should also be worried about. Because it is government that was captured. Now, if you speak of state capture, is it just government? Now, institutions such as ours, particularly myself, the Public Protector and the NPA, we find ourselves having to account in Parliament and being held accountable in Parliament by the very same people who were in government. Now, I really want us to process that and say what then becomes the focus in the way forward. The other issue is the public procurement. And yes, we've got the Act now, and government is busy with the regulations for which the public protector is part of the drafting process, particularly focusing on the procurement integrity. And this too is going to require more resources to be put in the chain of procurement. And our view is the public protector is that there has to be an integrity test of business that does business with the state. And there has to be an integrity test of those who evaluate the business that does business with the state. And for me, for as long as we are not looking at the cash flow from business, we would not have touched the core of integrity of business. Even from the work that we do, the cash flow that we continue to see coming out of business, and particularly doing business with the state, is worrying. And we need an urgent mitigating factor to deal with that particular aspect. It cannot be that a business gets business from the state, gets paid, the contract is about 18 million rands, and 6 million rands is withdrawn from that business, and we think it's a normal course of business. And when you look at the quality of the delivery, it's either there's no delivery or the value is way below what has been paid for that money. What happens to that? So those are the practical integrity issues that we believe should be looked at. But also, when we speak of capability and professionalization, ethics and integrity must be at the core of those who are being appointed into these positions. And the lifestyle audit must be a part of the vetting process. So yes, the country was moving forward on the lifestyle audit, but it seems now it has taken a quiet turn, but I think it needs to be a critical aspect when we speak about the capability and professionalization of the state. But most importantly, we speak about the collaboration. But for me, we need to speak about the rationalization of our institutions. And we need to say 30 years into our democracy, are we really still at a state where we require all of these, particularly these constitutional institutions, in the current form? Because at the time when negotiations were taking place to come into democracy, it was a different ballgame altogether, and what we wanted to achieve as a country was different. The Kada Asmal report, for instance, which was never implemented, actually speaks to these. And that actually brings in the factor that Advocate Pretorius spoke about an anti-corruption commission. When we look at the rationalization, how do we then rationalize these to make provisions for some of these commissions that need to come into play? Because in the current form, we're again going to find ourselves where we are creating more and more institutions, and each one of them remains underfunded. Now, is it able to fully implement its mandate? No, it's not going to be able to do so. But also because of the skills and capacity of our state, you would find that we then grapple around the same skills and the same people, which then leaves a deficit from one institution as others move into the other institution, depending on what the need is. But lastly, we need to rebrand the state. I don't think that those who are capable and professional are attracted by the state in its current form. And we see this even in our recruitments, where you see the caliber and the quality of those who apply to come into our institutions. So this is very critical. The state needs to be attractive or become attractive and be in a form that it does not abuse those who want to do what is right. because it is then that people want to stay away from the state and say we do not need it. When I saw Professor Maseko, I was actually reminded of what he went through, and I think many don't want to go through those. And also strengthen the issue of whistleblowing from within. The Public Protector has submitted its own reforms to our Act, which will also support the whistleblower and the protection of the whistleblower. So I also call upon the strengthening of these institutions, but also the support of these institutions, and that civil society must never turn its eye away from these institutions, because even probably when we go astray, we do need civil society that will always shift us into the direction to which we should ensure an ethical and developmental state. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Public Protector. It is true that the more there are laws and institutions to deal with corruption, the more you see corruption. We are seeing this from work that we are doing with others in the continent, because we also do need to learn from others. And Sarah maybe may say a few words about that when she closes. Before I hand over to Jonathan Tim from the Presidency, I just want to do a time check. The only way we can save time is by eating into tea and eating into the lunch. So I hope you don't mind about that, because we did need to give the time that we've given to the keynote address, as well as the address by the Public Protector, as well as the next presentation. So we will, Devi, you have the difficult time of trying to get us back into time so that we don't go too much over. But I did say that Jonathan Tim joins us online, and I'm hoping that he is ready for us to come on and give us a presentation. And then at that point, Devi will come on to take over the Q&A. I have been asked to just let you know that this is, we try to be as informal as possible, so the question time will be the time when you're just invited to ask your questions. So can I just check, is Jonathan ready? He is ready. Okay, Jonathan, please welcome. It's not the first time you join us, so let me not take it up any time. You'll give us an update from the last time, but the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lindy, and hello to everyone. I'm sorry I'm not able to join in person, but I hope that this virtual link works well. I've been asked to give an update on the tracking of the state capture recommendations. So I will do that. I will also want to just give some maybe some broader comments or in relation to the previous speakers, and I think the big question that is really in the room, which is what is to be done. But thanks very much. I'll just put my presentation up, and I'm going to assume that it's visible. I'm going to go quite rapidly and at a high level, but just to remind everyone that the recommendations of the Commission were responded to by the President in a response that was tabled to to Parliament in October 2022, and the President's response really contained 60 actions that the Office of the DG is tracking and coordinating, and those actions respond to the recommendations. Just at a high level, in terms of the implementation of that response plan, we've completed 22 of those actions. But I think what must be said up front is, while implementing the actions is necessary, it is not sufficient to address the nature of the problem which we are confronted with. So it is an ongoing process of building the capable, ethical, and developmental state. So this is the strategic priority number 3 of the 3 apex priorities of the 7th administration. And this component of building the ethical states, the building integrity in the leadership and in the institutions and in the systems, is a core component. So in terms of the work of the presidency in the 7th administration, the presidency is moving into a coordinating and leadership role around critical aspects of this work. So one of the areas that we are currently, and myself am involved with, is strengthening the systems, the administrative systems, and the oversight on the implementation of the recommendations of the SIU. We were in Scopa yesterday, and it's the day before yesterday. It's quite encouraging to see the posture that Scopa is taking in terms of its oversight role, focusing very much on the systemic dimensions, understanding the systemic, the opportunities for systemic reform. So they've given us a whole lot of homework to do, which we will go back to early in the new year, but really looking at an analysis of the trends, patterns, etc. So I think that is certainly for me was very encouraging, notwithstanding the politics in the room, but very encouraging. So we also, another core component is coordinating and monitoring the response plan, but this again goes beyond the actions itself, so a narrow bureaucratic response, but to really this coordinating and building this. I think Advocate Pretorius spoke about the need for innovative thinking and agility and new responses. So this is an emerging space where we are really trying to build that capability. The presidency provides a secretariat support to the NACAC, the interim structure that has been established to advise the president on the recommendations, both the institutional recommendations, both of the State Capture Commission, but also the recommendations in the National Anti-Corruption Strategy with regard to a permanent, independent anti-corruption agency. There is also this initiative called the Joint Initiative on Crime and Corruption, which is facilitating access in the private sector, particularly around the digital and forensic capabilities. And then just to note that there is this structure recently reconfigured and expanded at the technical level in support of the Directors General's steering committee around state capture and corruption. But this structure is chaired by the COO in the presidency and is the emerging engine room for an effective systemic response. Just to take you back in terms of how the president's response was developed, we did an exercise of tabulating all of the recommendations, categorizing them, assigning them to responsible departments and ministers, requesting responses, tabulating the responses, and building this response through an iterative approach with the president's advisors, eventually and the inputs from the state institutions themselves. We established work streams to take the work forward, and where there was conflicting views, the presidential advisors would take final decisions on. I think what's important, again, in the context of the opening address and remarks from the speakers, we work with the state we have, And it's important to recognize that it's, the need for reforms is pressing, urgent, and indisputable. The pathway to the reforms is a very complex one. So, but that notwithstanding, the need to do simple administrative tasks is again necessary to build capability. So often the critique of the president's response is that it's overly bureaucratic, or it's just very limited to numbers, etc. But this does provide a focal point for an entry point for building capacity around some of the more challenging complexities that I think have been spoken to previously. So we categorized all of the recommendations, and I think Advocate Pretorius did speak to some of the categories that are of the reforms, and we are tracking those as well as the actions that were committed to in response. So just at a kind of high level, in terms of the recommendations, we record, these are not the actions in the president's response. These are the 352 recommendations. So 28 are implemented. We consider them implemented. Another 23 are in the process of being implemented. There were 7. Sorry, and I have left out an important piece of information. These are the recommendations classified as reform recommendations. These are not the recommendations for specific actions to be taken as a result of corruption or wrongdoing uncovered. So of these 88, 28 have been implemented. 23 are in the process of being implemented, not completed yet. There's 7 of those where there was a decision not to accept by the executive, and there are 2 that are being dealt with through alternative processes, and another 7 where we don't have sufficient information on progress to classify them. And then we list the actions just by way of illustration with their tracking number. So we have a system which enables us to keep each of these actions visible, and we can track implementation as it moves forward, as the context becomes conducive for such. We've made a lot of headway around legislation. There's 7 new pieces of legislation that have been assented to by the president. These are the general laws related to money laundering and combating terror financing. It's a whole basket of amendments that were, they're also known as the FATF law response. Then we have the Electoral Matters Amendment Act, the Judicial Matters Amendment Act, which provides changes to PRECA around bribery. The NPA Amendment Act, establishing the IDAC, Companies Second Amendment Act, which extends the period where directors can be held for delinquency, or where delinquency processes can be initiated. And then changes to the Political Party Funding Act, and then the Public Procurement Act, which responds to a number of the procurement issues, although certainly doesn't establish an independent anti-corruption public procurement agency as recommended by the Commission. But there are parts of that act that, once commenced, will be important building blocks for the improving the public procurement system. It's going to require all hands on deck to get those parts functioning in the way that they need to. The sections regarding transparency, digitization, disbarments, etc. So it's really that is an opportunity. There's been a lot of commentary around the Act, but there are elements of opportunity, but it's going to require a concerted push there. The General Intelligent Laws Amendment Bill is awaiting assent by the President. Again, some significant gains there, but as commentators have pointed out, there's still work to be done. The law does create dismantle the SSA and create 3 component parts as recommended by the high-level panel. So there are some important reforms there. We've got some laws before of the public service, as in the political administrative interface. We have the Public Administration Management Amendment Bill and the National State Enterprises Bill. Now, there are some opportunities within the National State Enterprises Bill that we are hoping to leverage in terms of putting in reforms and systems to address challenges such as dismissals from public enterprise entities going undetected or unrecorded in other parts of the state administrative system. And yeah, so that's one dimension of that. And then there are a number of recommendations for legislation under consideration currently. Those talk to the amendments around the independence of the NPA, spoken to already earlier, putting the recommendations around whistleblower protection laws and incentives as outlined in the review undertaken by Department of Justice, putting those into law, and we're informed that is in an advanced stage. Amendments to the appointment of the Commissioner of SARS, the process to ensure that it's a robust, transparent process that's underway. Legislation on deferred prosecution agreements, legislation around criminalizing the abuse of power and creating an offense of political malpractice. Those are at the focus of the South African Law Reform Commission. In terms of the institutional reform recommendations of the Commission, so these are the focus of the National Anti-Corruption.
Hi, Jonathan, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Hi, it's Devi. Can you wrap up in a couple of minutes, please, so we can move on to the Q&A?
Yes, sure.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Well, then okay, so just then briefly, thanks, Devi. This is the tracking of the criminal investigations that's done through the task force coordinated by the NPA. We've seen we've got 9 cases in court, 42 people and 22 companies on trial, 4 cases finalized, 9.98 billion forfeiture orders and settlement agreements have been achieved, and preservation orders of 17.62 billion. We've had 70 delinquency processes initiated by the DPE with the CIPC. So then just, if I had more time, I would have loved to have spent more time on this where to part. But I think I wanted to, if people have not seen this, there's I think a very important article by U4, which I was alerted to, which is called Building Anti-Corruption Resilience to Combat Entrenched Corruption Systems. And I think what's really important here is this framework that sets out, and the article defines in much more detail, this distinction between transactional corruption and what the author terms corruption systems. And he makes a distinction between the term systemic corruption and corruption systems. And I think it's a very useful framing, because he argues that systemic corruption is a kind of paralyzing concept where the entire system is corrupted. But this idea of corruption systems as being very specific networks and structures that have identifiable actors across society, but can be focused on and dismantled through a particular intelligence-led approach, or let me say multifaceted approach. So, these are systems that serve broader socioeconomic functions and ambitions. They have shared codes, norms, and practices. I think this is important here. The enabling conditions for corruption systems, as opposed to transactional corruption, is unaccountable power, patronage networks, broader dysfunction, lack of trust, as opposed to the transactional corruption, which is weak enforcement, legal gaps, and capacity constraints. So one has to ask, what are our responses, and how are we setting ourselves up? And I think the strategies here, the last part is, the strategies for transactional corruption, which is a few individuals working separately for personal enrichment. The strategies are legal and enforcement approaches, capacity building, and social accountability. Whereas for dealing with corruption systems, you need targeted approaches, you need system-sensitive designs of responses. So you need to understand what's going on, who's involved, why are they doing it, what are the enabling conditions, and these are specific to those systems. And then finally, social empowerment, to recognize the social cost, the economic cost of these. Thanks, Devi. Sorry for taking longer than you would have liked.
Thank you so much, Jonathan. Here's a round of applause from everyone. Well, thank you very much for the update, and also for being so willing to share with us in previous iterations of this conference as well. It's always very enlightening, and it's great to have the opportunity to engage directly with the presidency. We've got about 20 minutes for Q&A, and I'm sure that some of the questions asked will relate to some things you wish you had time to deal with, so hopefully it will all even out in the end. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take 4 questions now. I'll give you a few minutes to respond, and then we'll see if we have time for another round. Okay, poll number 1, number 2, number 3, and number 4.
Debbie, you intervened at a critical moment in the presentation.
Just wait 1 second, please, for the mic.
Hello. Devi, you intervened at a critical moment in the presentation, and I'd just like to know what he was going to say about the 3 commissions, permanent commissions and procurement and investigation. Can we fill that gap, please?
I wonder if it is on. I really am curious to understand the basis for Paul's assertions that the NPA is under attack, when in fact it could just be the public asking for accountability and oversight in various forms. But the other assertion that you made or you posited in your presentation, you said after the destruction of state capture project, what has happened? Some very much doubt if the state capture project has been dealt with. In fact, you still find remnants of the very same people who were behind, or some of the people who were behind state capture, still ensconced very safely in state institutions, even within the prosecution authority or the state-owned companies themselves. And lastly, that relates to public protector. It is indeed true that the state needs to be attractive and rebrand itself to be able to attract the kind of caliber of people who would want to be involved. But given the kind of loose, if I may use the word very guardedly and not derisively, loose canons in terms of how the cabinet ministers tend to project themselves when commenting on important issues, such as the recent incident involving the presidency, the minister of the presidency herself. Does that not make it discouraging for people to actually be involved in the state itself in one or the other? And lastly, whistleblowing, you don't see that whistleblower or Protected Disclosure Act in the presidency's presentation. Could it be something that perhaps is still being under consideration, or it has been dealt with?
Yeah, it's a question to Jonathan really, and I'm sorry he's landed with the job of representing the presidency here, because I'm sure he can't answer the question. But Paul made a point right at the beginning that NACAC submitted a midterm report to the presidency in March. It coincided with the election, so there was maybe some reason for it taking longer than we would otherwise have liked for it to be reported on. But it deals with all of the issues that are spoken about here. So it deals with the establishment of a new agency. It deals with the question of establishing a separate procurement agency, which it doesn't support. It deals with the question of a permanent commission of inquiry, which it finds a way of embedding into the new agency that it recommends. And I just don't get why it's taking so long to respond to this. And you know what we've had in the meantime is a private member's bill to establish a new agency that is at odds with the recommendations that NACAC have made under much more rigorous examination, which I don't doubt now goes onto the table of Parliament as the proposal that is there and which has to be responded to, which makes the NACAC recommendation a much more difficult one to promote. And the most important thing about the NACAC recommendations, which again for peculiar reasons we're not at liberty to divulge until the presidency divulges it, is that we've developed a way of proposing the formation of a new agency that could proceed rapidly. And the importance of that has to be recognized when you know that legislation is taking, substantial legislation is taking about 3 years to get through Parliament. And if we have to then wait another 3 or 4 years once the enabling legislation is produced in order to produce the institutions that we have been tasked with recommending, you could be talking about 6 or 7 years before a new agency is formed, whereas what we're recommending suggests that an agency could be up and running in a year's time. So the question to Jonathan is, which I'm sure he can't answer, is what's the delay? Why is this not happening a little bit more rapidly, given the urgency of the Zondo Commission recommendations, the NAC's recommendations, and the President's mandate to NACAC? Why can't we be talking about that here? And that would make for I think, in some senses, a more upbeat conversation, at least.
I've heard a lot of comments around, civil society to step up and hold government to account. Civil society have more of a voice. I just find that as a human rights activist fighting on the ground, that people have fatigue. and activists have started to have fatigue. And the reason for this is that we're not seeing enough prosecutions at the moment. So, for example, the Usindiso fire that happened last year in Joburg, where 76 people died, we got 345 people, victims, to go to the Commission of Inquiry, which is headed up by former Constitutional Court Judge Sisi Kempepe. She's already ruled that there are certain individuals in the city that should be held responsible. We've not seen any movement in terms of any of those officials being held accountable. In fact, they have now approved, from asking for 2 billion rand to upgrade a admin building in the city of Joburg, they've now asked for 2.5 billion rand. So what I'm saying is that as much as civil society wants to step up as well, how do we step up beyond what we are currently doing at the moment? When I look at Jonathan's presentation, I mean, it's absolutely shocking to see how many criminal cases have gone to court. Are the courts really geared up? Because as civil society, we can only do so much. But are the courts actually geared up to deal with this more speedily than in the present moment?
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to get some answers now, and then we'll have a second round of questions. So I see some people putting their hands up, don't forget. I'll go first to Jonathan. There were two specific questions for you, one about the 3 commissions and one about, one about whistleblowers, and then a third one about the status of the NACAC report. And then if there's anything else that you'd like to comment on more generally. Jonathan?
Thanks very much. So on the first one, the new agencies, commissions, etc., I think that does talk very much to David Lewis's input as well. So these questions are dealt with in the NACAC recommendations report. It's been a process of deliberation, engagement. The report is currently being deliberated on within the government departments, affected government departments. The reason for release, non-release yet, is to get agreement and consensus and buy-in from all of the affected parts. It obviously may be a strategy that not everyone would agree with, but that's the approach that has been taken. I think I do see that the chairperson of NACAC is in the conference, and he may also have some comments to say when he's on the panel. But yeah, I think David's preface to his question that I may not be able to answer this, I think is true to an extent. The state does function as a hierarchy, and those of us within that hierarchy need to respect the decisions of and the processes that are followed. I do have a sense myself, though, that I won't be, I can't be held to this, but my sense is that this will soon emerge into the public discourse. In terms of the Protected Disclosures Act, yes, there are amendments to this piece of legislation that were recommended specifically in the review and on whistleblowing, which, if you haven't had sight of it, it is quite a far-reaching piece of research that was commissioned by the Department of Justice. The NACAC workstream on whistleblowing was very concurred with most of the work done there, and there are some significant amendments being considered or developed for the legislation, which should soon be issued for public comment. The third issue, did I cover both? Yeah, I think I've covered. If Devi, you'll help me.
Yes, I believe so.
Yeah, I think in general comments. Yeah, I think I would. I don't think I'll make any general comments at this point. Thanks, Devi.
Very reasonable. Paul, would you like to address the question that you received? Can you just wait for the microphone, please?
Thank you. First question, the NPA is under attack. That was called into question. I think it's common knowledge that the NPA is under attack in the sense that it is under constant criticism for not producing enough orange overalls. That's a matter of public knowledge. Perhaps the questioner thought of another form of attack. I'm talking about public criticism, which to a large extent, well, it's current. It's current. It's not only historical, it's current. And there it is. The NPA is continually under attack. The second thing is the state capture project. State capture is continuing. Yes, of course it's continuing, and I think that was the whole point of my address. State capture and corruption. The point is that the particular projects that were part of the terms of reference and that were part of the particular investigations and findings of the Commission have been dismantled. The particular contracts in which Eskom has been involved, in which Denel was involved, and the others. That is not to say, and in fact this was my whole point, that corruption and corruption under the banner of state capture in the same form is not continuing. But then in relation to your comment about who is continuing the corruption, I try to be a little subtle, perhaps overly so, and I apologize for that. Perhaps I should follow my own advice and be clearer and more explicit. The political realignments I mentioned not once, but twice. Not only the individuals, but the organizations that inform and support them. I would like to just, if I may, go back to the point about the presidency and its implementation, because I think it is central. If I may just take 1 minute.
Go ahead.
Thank you. You had the Zondo report in 2022. You then had NACAC and NACS appointed. NACAC reports in March 2024. Now you have, I understand, a secretariat type further level of advice to advise the President. I hope that this is the last step, that the President will actually make up his mind together with Cabinet on the detail of the implementation sooner rather than later. We've had Zondo, we've had NACAC, we've now having a further level of advice on the NACAC recommendations. Perhaps that process can be short-circuited to a final result. On the important questions, we do need those commissions.
Thank you so much. Advocate Kaleka, would you like to respond to the question that was raised? Can we have the microphone, please?
Thank you. Yeah, when you speak about guarding the brand state, it is critical indeed on what leaders say, how leaders conduct themselves. You know, I'm not going to comment on the specific issue. I avoid commenting on issues that in the public discourse, because when they end up in my institution, then I'll be conflicted. But the reality is that really part of that branding is really how we conduct ourselves differently from the manner in which we do things and how we come across, so that we instill confidence in the public. In addition to the protection of the whistleblower, well, the Public Protector Act hasn't gone, the bill hasn't gone to Cabinet. It's still with the Department of Justice, and we are awaiting their roadmap on those. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now, we are rapidly running out of time. I'm going to ask for a couple more questions. I'm going to go first to the people online. Can we please have 2 questions from the online Q&A? Vishanti is going to be reading them out. Can we get her the mic, please? Before we start, can we please keep the questions brief and keep it to 1 question and not multiple questions, so that we can keep this moving? Thank you.
Thanks, Devi. Okay, there are quite a few questions online and some comments, but I'll go straight to the questions, which is Gary Pina asks, is there a progress update to Jonathan? Is there a progress update publicly available, for example, somewhere on the Presidency's website? Paul Hoffman asks, when does Cabinet intend to comply with the various treaty obligations that oblige SA to keep independent anti-corruption machinery of state, and with the binding ruling of the Concord that the anti-corruption body is free of executive control? These are long unfulfilled legal obligations, not nice to haves. There are also 2 comments. It doesn't make sense for the SIU to require political permission, the so-called presidential decree, before it can investigate suspected crime. And then that's from Solly Moeng. And Barbara Schreiner says, while legislation is important, we cannot legislate our way out of corruption. Amongst other things, we have to address the social norms that legitimate corruption.
Thank you so much. I want to take now 2 short questions from the room. And can they be questions for Jonathan, please? Because those of us in here in person will be able to engage throughout the day. We have Sarah and this lady over here.
Thanks very much. I'm going to pose a question to Jonathan. It might be quite difficult to answer, but if you can have a shot, or I'll phrase it in 2 ways, pick which is easiest. The first is, you gave us a lot of detail, and you obviously didn't have the time to go through the enormous amount of detail that the Presidency is tracking. But what does it all add up to? Or rather, put another way, what does the Presidency view as the big things that need to change? Or what in the last couple of years that the Presidency has been tracking or doing that they feel could be some kind of game changer? It's hard to access precisely what that is. So I know, for example, there's been a database developed that will allow the state to track incidents or disciplinary matters or accusations of fraud, that's my understanding, so that somebody can't hop from one public service job to another and get re-employed, despite the fact that there are major issues with their conduct elsewhere. What are some of the things that you've seen that you think really are going to make a difference now, if you can have a shot at that?
Thanks. Is it what? Yeah. Isabel Fry from Social Policy Initiative and former board member of ODAC, the Open Democracy Advice Centre. Question to Jonathan. Building on what Gary Pina was saying, does the Presidency have a site where all the recommendations and the actions are publicly put out, together with very accessible updates as well as explanations? Because the Zondo Commission amongst the public really is a joke about the fact that there is inactivity. So how does the Presidency see its role in ensuring that this is for the public record, not just for the elites? And then just linked to that, a comment that it is really unfortunate that in the midst of the Zondo Commission implementation of the recommendations, that the President himself seems to attract a lot of bad publicity around things such as Phala Phala. And does Jonathan have any comment about how leadership should is able to commit itself to ethical leadership when it is in the political arena. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry to those that we weren't able to get through, but we do have some more discussion scheduled for this afternoon. Jonathan, can I give you just a couple of minutes to address those last few questions and give us any concluding remarks?
Thanks so much, Debbie, and thanks everyone for the questions. Maybe just to respond first to Advocate Pretorius's around the recommendations around institutions. Just to clarify, there's not a third process. I think, sorry if I'm communicated unclearly. The NACAC recommendations report is under discussion. There's not a separate, it's been to the president. The president has taken a view and has indicated that discussions must take place now within the affected department. So there's not a third process, just to clarify. Okay, so progress updates. So there is a website, stateofthenation.gov.za, where the state capture, there's quite extensive detailed information both on the response and the recommendations. That's due for an update. We took at the end of last year, the president presented a very extensive report on progress. We will be producing a second annual report on that. So we will update on that. I know that updating has been taking place on progress. So I think that answers Isabel and Gary's question. Stateofthenation.gov.za. You can find it on that site. On the question with regard to cabinets complying with the orders of court, I can't comment on decisions of cabinet. SIU proclamations. Yes, well, that is a function of the legislation, and certainly once we have an independent, or once the questions around independent anti-corruption agencies and their investigative capabilities and powers are resolved, that may be reconfigured. But this is an instrument. The Special Investigating Unit and Special Tribunals Act is an instrument that is given to the president to deal with corruption. The SIU, as we know, it has evolved and emerged, but it should be remembered that it's a product of that specific legislation that is given to the president to investigate corruption. It's not required, for example, for law enforcement agencies or the South African Revenue Services or to investigate. It's a specific instrument, the SIU. Sarah's question is, it's a hard one. Well, it's a big one. So I think yes, I think building transversal systems, data systems, linking up and building interfaces between the silos of government, data governance, ensuring that the administrative systems are robust. I think one of the important things to recognize is that it takes time and effort and resources to build the kinds of administrative systems and the interfaces between administrative systems that will enable tackling, first, detection and tackling of systemic corruption. That work is taking place. So I think that is one of the key systemic responses that will need that we are working on, and there are a number of iterations, notwithstanding the huge challenges in building the big transversal systems, for example, IFMS, IJS, that we just seem to have really struggled with. And I think those talk to a number of policy questions around the role of CETA, how we've set CETA up, and then those are big discussions that I think we will see some progress soon, and an important progress. I think also this idea of looking at the systems and patterns, and making choices about where high impact can be made. So, what are the systems of corruption that are really hampering economic growth and service delivery? It's not. I think the response is not about solving all corruption at once. It's about shifting strategic interventions that will have, which will, applying the 80-20 principle, where you have a very targeted impact, you are able to show results, and you are able to shift the climate that enables these things. These are political economy questions, they are societal questions, they have roots in history. So, yeah. I think the question that Isabel asks regarding leadership and ethical leadership, I think that is a question for us to all continue pondering. I think it's important to recognize that context is, we don't get to, we all are, we have to make choices, but we don't get to choose not in the circumstances of our choosing. Sorry to butcher that, but I think it's really, we have to work within the reality that we find ourselves and yeah. So I can't offer an opinion on the political context that we operate in. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jonathan, and thanks for taking the time to represent the presidency here today. We are now going to break for tea. Only 10 minutes, please, so we can come right back and have the panel discussion, and we can take our time for lunch once we're done with all of that. I'll see you all back here in 10 minutes. Thank you so much.
Sleep inside the eye of your mind. Don't you know you ways that you go when nobody knows if it's night or day. And please don't put your life in my hand of a rock and roll band. Don't throw it all away. And so Sally can't wait. She knows it's too late as she's walking on by. My soul slides away, but don't look back, remember I heard you say. I used to rule the world. 6 foot wise when I gave the word. Now in the morning I sleep alone. Sweep the streets I used to own. I used to roll the dice. Feel the fears in my enemy's eyes. Listen as the crowd would sing. Now the old king is dead, loving the king. 1 minute I love the king. Next the walls were closing me, and I discovered that my castle stand upon pillars of salt and pillars of sand. I hear Jerusalem bells are ringing, Roman cavalry choirs are singing. Be my mirror, my sword and shield, my missionaries in a trouble. Oh no, I never meant to do you harm.
We'd like to get started, please. Can I invite the panel members up to the stage? And can the people outside get moving? Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Okay, good afternoon. Welcome back to the workshop. I will be facilitating the panel discussion today. We are running a little behind on time, so I'm not going to read everyone's bios. You can find those included with the conference materials. My name is Devi Pillay. I realize I didn't introduce myself earlier. I'm a research associate with Perry. I've been a long-time researcher at Perry. I've previously worked at the Zondo Commission, and I'm currently with the Global Integrity Anti-Corruption Evidence Program that's based in the UK. Joining us today for our panel discussion, we have Mazibuko Jara, who's the Executive Director of the Zabalaza Pathways Institute. We have Feroz Kashalia, who is the chair of the NACAC, as well as a professor at the Wits School of Law and the director of the Mandela Institute. We have Zuki Swakota. She's the program head at the Public Service Accountability Monitor, PSAM, at Rhodes University. And joining us online is Marianne Merton. She's a political journalist covering governance, politics, and parliamentary matters. Can you hear us, Marianne?
Thank you very much.
Great. Okay, so how this is going to work is I'm going to start off by posing a round of questions to the panelists. I'm going to give you guys maximum 10 minutes to make those initial inputs, and then we are going to be moving on to a more interactive discussion with the room and the people online, and we can keep those discussions going. I'm aiming to finish this panel at 10 minutes past 1. Okay, so I am actually going to start with Marianne online. Marianne, talk to us about what the 7th Parliament is looking like. Do we think there are more or less opportunities for oversight, especially in terms of, state capture and corruption?
It's an incredibly important question, and let me start off this way. Recently, we have seen a number of opposition political party chairpersons being elected into those posts. I am counting the DA as opposition because that's how they continue to style themselves. But we've also had Musi Maimane of Bosa, for example, and of course Zongezo Zibi from Rise Mzansi as committee chairpersons. Now, the reason I'm starting off with that is because it illustrates the impact of politics and politicking on Parliament. And the reason this is happening is because we now have a national government of unity, a GNU. Some people consider it a coalition. That's up for debate. But it's important that we see these opposition chairpersons now with the national unity government, because the previous parliament, when the ANC was still dominant, simply dismissed the Zondo Commission recommendations of opposition chairperson. Fast forward, different political circumstances, different politicking, and all of a sudden we do have opposition party chairpersons. And I'd like to build on that by pointing out that we now have a process in place towards an oversight committee of the presidency, which was again also a very important recommendation of the Zondo Commission in order to up the oversight game, so to speak. Again, it's important because in the last parliament, the ANC, as the governing party then, made very sure that this was not going to happen, on the argument that, there's many different portfolio committees already in existence in Parliament. The presidency has sufficient oversight. There's no need for a presidency committee to oversee Budget Vote 1. That had been the line literally for years. The IFP started, the DA followed with that. So what we now see with the changed political circumstances in the country as such, those impacts are coming to Parliament. And in this case, it has opened a gap. And if anybody has 3 hours to spare and is really bored, please go watch the Rules Committee meeting of the 31st of October. It illustrates in real life, unfolding before cameras, exactly some of those political and politicking nuances that I'm talking about. And it's really very interesting to see all of a sudden EFF MP Mbuyiseni Ndlozi smiling and no doubt taking a certain amount of glee, looking across the aisle to the ANC to say, now you know what it feels like to be a minority. Crucially, also in line with the Zondo Commission recommendations for greater accountability of the executive, we now have in-principle agreement, like the in-principle agreement about the Presidency Committee, that interpellations will return to the parliamentary program. We had those interpellations up until 2000. They were dropped then, and interpellations are, it's holding government to account in a debate that the relevant government ministers do not necessarily have 16 days to prepare it, and it's a little bit more serious than a popular snap debate. It's also very much tied to a topic that is in the news, for want of a better expression. So those are really important movements forward on the Zondo Commission recommendations. Also in the background, a bit more administratively, we've seen appointment of content researchers, content advisors, and other support structures to Parliament, whether quality, again, could be a debating point, but at least there is movement. So certainly none of the committees in Parliament, I would argue at this point, can say that they have insufficient capacity to independently research or get the background if there is a certain topic that they would want to debate. Now to the not so great issues, or let me rephrase, issues that still do need a lot more attention. And unfortunately, the committee system remains a challenge. So while you have certain committee chairpersons that belong to opposition parties, the tone is not necessarily more acrimonious, but there are certain lines that are being followed that do not necessarily allow for the usual, oh, everything's fine. We've held the meeting, tick. Thank you for your comments, Minister. We now move on. However, while certain issues have come out at the Police Committee, which seems to have taken a very firm line on several issues, the Police Committee is chaired by the DA. Other committees have struggled. So, for example, if you look at PRASA, it falls under the Transport Committee. The Transport Committee really doesn't seem to have scratched below the surface of the AG and the annual reports. Recently, at the end of last October, the official statement from the committee was that PRASA is jewel in the crown, and it must come back to Parliament to kind of give progress reports about the establishment of the transport regulator. Now, PRASA is deeply stressed. PRASA has played a key role within state capture historically. We have at several SIU investigations into PRASA. The most recent one since February, directly talking to some of the corruption issues, the Shivambu tender that was related to the state capture probe. The Transport Committee has yet to engage on that. Yes, SCOPA has, but it's important to remember that SCOPA and to some extent also the Standing Committee on the Auditor General, another opposition-chaired committee, and perhaps even the Standing Committee on Appropriations, opposition-chaired. Those three committees, regardless of the work that they do, it is a maximum, it's up to 18 months behind times. And that is because much of their findings and much of their work is related to the Auditor General reports, the financial, the audit opinions, and those run on a schedule that the Auditor General only has to release reports within 4 months of the end of the financial year, so that, say, in October or November 2024, you are basically, as a committee, looking at something potentially as old as September 2022. It's a young parliament in the sense that many of the...
Can you wrap up in a couple of minutes, please, Marianne?
Yes.
Thank you.
Absolutely. It's a young parliament in the sense that many committees were only elected in July. So there might still be an orientation period if one wants to give the benefit of the doubt. But I think there are certain queries and certain issues and that need to be watched at committee level. It's a scope where the NGO sector can continue and must continue to interrogate. So to wrap up, some good things are happening. Presidency Supervision Committee, interpellations, but I think broadly speaking, at Parliament, a lot of scrutiny must still happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Marianne. I'm going to turn now to Zukiswa. So at PSAM, you've been doing a lot of work on transparency, procurement data, state capabilities, that realm of state reform. Can you talk to us a little bit about that and where we find ourselves in that field in the post-Zondo era?
Sure, Debbie, thank you. It's good to sit next to you so I can see the timer as well. Yeah, I think it's been quite... let me know if the mic is too close. It is.
Closer. They want to
closer. Really? Closer. Okay. So I must speak softly, which is difficult for me. But is this fine? Okay. I think it has been quite helpful to hear over the course of this morning so far the importance of public procurement, and it, of course, having been highlighted quite heavily in the Zondo Commission context. Both, I think, our Keynote and Public Protector, touched on this element of procurement and its importance. So I think the one sort of touchstone that I'll really reflect on, Devi, is around the need to strengthen open contracting reporting in particular. So quite a bit of our work does look at the sort of data capabilities and technologies, and I think that's come up quite a bit around state deficiencies and lack thereof, especially in relation to procurement and procurement reporting. So when we talk about this notion of open data, one of the things that I think is quite encouraging is, yes, so maybe a starting point, where on the one hand, it is a positive step to have, the Public Procurement Act, which has now essentially been passed into law. I know that members of the Procurement Reform Working Group, amongst whom are PARI, the PSAM, Corruption Watch, and many others, So I think it is important for me to acknowledge that as things stand, the Public Procurement Act has its ambiguities, has its deficiencies, and I think that's opened up some good opportunities, even with it having been passed. Alongside that is the context of the regulations, which we expect also being developed, and I think from the Public Protector's Office it was also encouraging to hear their involvement in that work. So weaknesses, deficiencies, ambiguities aside, and I know that within this procurement reform working group there is a lot still of conversation around the Act itself. What has been really encouraging for us are the transparency provisions within the Act. One. The other is the acknowledgement of the need, essentially, for South African departments, government departments, to step into the 21st century in as far as technological innovation is concerned. One of the things that we pushed for, and there's the establishment of, so the Act establishes the Public Procurement Office under the National Treasury. There's also lots of things there, but I think it's not useful to go down that rabbit hole now, except to say that amongst the tasks or the objectives that the PPO is tasked with is precisely looking at or governing or promoting the use of technology and data, particularly in relation, again, to procurement. That is important. So even though the provision itself is quite light touch, the expectation of the Public Procurement Office is quite light touch. We did try quite a bit to push quite hard to say, actually, there needs to be much more robust and rigorous prescripts around what is meant by technology and the use of open data, what is meant by open contracting reporting. But I think it is useful to acknowledge that the National Treasury was at pains to say that is important, but there needs to be a sort of iterative development of that. You cannot have the same expectation of the municipality where I come from, for instance, Makana, as you would, Johannesburg, city of Joburg, which has had, for instance, e-procurement, has tested that, has piloted it. So that's an important acknowledgement, and I think it is one, it's a slightly difficult pill to swallow because it does, to some extent, leave quite a bit of discretion in the hands of departments, in the hands of municipalities, in the hands of local authorities. And by that same token, leaves quite a fair amount of space for the Public Procurement Office to essentially say, well, we're trying, we are promoting. So it might mean 10 years from now, we might see further regression. And I say regression in the context of open data, because we have seen that the Office of the Chief Procurement Officer is able to implement really meaningful open contracting or open reporting standards and mechanisms. There is very clearly some important work underway, and that's one of the questions around, or the answers to where are we now. It is very encouraging to see the strides that are being made, across the entities, but in particular, of course, where the National Treasury sits. So really it is about saying, what can we do with the Act that we've got? And I thought it was quite interesting as well. Jonathan Tim said, what do we do with the state that we've got? You've got to work with the Act you've got to work with the state that you've got as things stand. So we're encouraged that the Act is clear on using access to procurement information and other transparency measures as a means to building integrity and as a means to combating corruption. So that's it's important. It's sort of self-explanatory, but I think in as far as it being something that remains quite central to an extent in the Act is valuable and does offer up the opportunities for civil society actors to do some meaningful work going forward in collaboration. One of the things that this must concretely then include is the implementation of open contracting standards. So we know that the National Treasury has been open to engagement with the OECD, with the IMF, with the World Bank, but perhaps most importantly in the context of procurement, there has been involvement with a range of civil society actors in the country, but also with the Open Contracting Partnership. Where that is right now, I don't fully know, but I think it is important. It's an important signal to determine that there is a willingness, or at least an interest, in implementing open contracting. One of the things that is quite important is precisely this notion of using technology and innovation and learning. So learning towards modernization of the public procurement system. So we thought it was quite encouraging to have that as a bit of a point that's specifically within the Act and aligned with the PPO's establishment. We know as well that one of the key enablers of money laundering is the secrecy of owners of companies and those that win public contracts. So the ability to match the public contracts with beneficial owners will allow curbing on the sources of illicit financials or illicit funds. But essentially here in the context of South Africa, it is very much about going beyond that rhetoric and going beyond the acknowledgement, which I think the National Treasury and others have made, and is about establishing or implementing beneficial ownership mechanisms, which I think is underway to an extent, but not nearly with the urgency that we spoke about earlier, or that was spoken about earlier, this notion of acting with the urgency of that the time determines or requires. Maybe I won't really, Devi, go into much detail around the evidence around the value of implementing open contracting. It is strong, it is universal. There are comparable countries that are doing it. There are comparable economies. There are economies that are arguably weaker than ours that are doing far better, for instance, in the context of education and implementing open contracting data standards and open contracting. One, for instance, being in Malawi, another being in Honduras, who have shown that you can make massive gains in the context of education and the school nutrition program that they've got, which is comparable to ours, simply by ensuring that you meaningfully implement open contracting reporting. The other reason that we know it's possible, there was some excitement 2017, 18, I maybe won't say who the Minister of Finance at the time was, but what's important is that he enabled, or rather was, launched the Open Budget Data Portal at the time, which we were very excited by, for a couple of reasons. One being that there was a recognition of the importance of opening up public budget data to a wider range of actors beyond the civil, beyond public service, beyond the administration, to journalists, to researchers, to activists in really meaningful and accessible ways. That project was also sort of came out of a collaboration between civil society and the National Treasury, a really important element. But one point in that was the ability or the notion that you can open up contracting data in similar ways. So earlier Isabel was asking, does the presidency have a website where you can track all of those commitments or you can track some of that reporting? One of the key things about open contracting is that you can be as simple as simply opening up the data on a regular basis on the sort of whole scale of procurement or tendering. But really, again, making it accessible to everyone and anyone who is interested in that information. So by virtue of that having happened, under the guise or under the stewardship of the National Treasury, supported by various actors, we know that surely we can move much faster and in much more meaningful and robust ways around opening up contracting data, not just at the national level, but also at the sub-national. Local government in particular. So I think there are encouraging points, but where we are right now is perhaps nowhere near the kind of progress that arguably leading open government sort of country, certainly in the region, should be. Yeah, kind of made it.
I'm going to get a reputation. Thank you very much, Suki. Okay, Mazibuko, I understand that you're going to be talking to us about anti-corruption from the ground up, about public goods, and about market capture. Is that right? Take it away.
Thank you. In a seminar on land reform, Andy Lemngitama asked Ben Cousins, Ben, you've been researching land for the last 20 years. Where is the land? So I hope that our focus on research, on expertise, on legislative solutions can go beyond Andile's challenge, such that actually action to address corruption, state capture, and what I'll talk about as market capture is actually owned from below and driven from below by organized communities. I think that's the question Barbara was raising when she raised the question of social norms. You would have seen the raid of the Makhanda municipality by the SIU a few weeks ago. That raid speaks to the combination of expertise and research on the one hand, but also sustained mass mobilization on the other. The massive constituency of poor people that the Unemployed People's Movement organizes in Makhanda from 2009, combined with the expertise of PISAM and others in Makhanda, ultimately led to that raid. And it is not a raid that's just going to end up in courts, but it's the kind of raid that will bolster that mass mobilization into informed activism, and that connects the plunder of public resources with the impact they have on the delivery of services and other public goods. I think we need to expand in a sustained way that kind of mobilization. Your equal education campaign, your Abahlali basemjondolo, your mining affected communities, United and so on, are the kind of organizations that need to enter the terrain, the fray, when it comes to action against corruption. Without that, the fight against corruption, the fight to push back against state capture, then ends up being machinations amongst those with knowledge, who then would have different emphasis on this technical or this other technical aspect in a way that then perpetuates the alienation of the mass of the people from the political system. That alienation of the mass of the people from the political system enables the July 2021 riots, enables, unfortunately, I'll go into the party political terrain, but the madness, the backwardness that we see in the kind of MK party proposals, and the fact that they've got endorsement from some 2.29 million people of those who voted. So actually, yes, we can produce all the most useful reports on corruption, and yet the population is actually alienated from the fight against corruption, because it does not see that fight against corruption in a manner that addresses the improvement of their living conditions. Further, state capture is not the end of corruption. The Zondo Commission recommendations, which focus on addressing state-owned enterprises, I think are important, because and other government institutions, because what they do is actually to take us back to the rebuilding of the state as a deliverer of public goods and social justice, which is contained in that vision of a good society that the Constitution promises us. And this notion of public goods is important because the political economy, which is dominant, seeks to take away from public goods the working streams that business is dominating and is working on through the presidency are actually dangerous when it comes to the notion of public goods. If you look at independent power producers, the way that has been set up takes away from electricity as a public good. It takes away even from considering electricity as something that could be democratically and socially owned in accountable ways. It privatizes what should be a public good. So I think if we want to take the fight against corruption and state capture further, we really need to integrate a basic needs approach, a public goods approach to it. Otherwise, we end up sanitizing ongoing state capture by private interests that are looking at cleaning up the state, but on a neoliberal basis that reinforces accumulation at the expense of the broader public good. If you look at the construction cartel that benefited from the 2010 World Cup, that's an example of how the state rolls out public goods, public resources, and yet the infrastructure that's laid out doesn't actually address the provision of public goods, or even in a transformative way, given our legacy of apartheid and colonialism. So this is very crucial, and it's the kind of thing that then really rolls back the rhetoric of the RET forces, because so long as the private sector interests continue to dominate how the economy is structured, then they have legitimate ground on which to present themselves as the champions of the people. This challenges us as civil society in terms of our conceptualization of corruption, and whether our lenses are deep enough, are probing enough beyond the Zuma-Gupta era of state capture. Another example, we will remember the September 2022 Jachelsfontein mine dam disaster. What led to that was the capture of the Department of Mineral Resources and back then, as well as the provincial government, basically by mining interests, long-standing mining interests, at some point including Rupert, but of course he sold those interests. So that they led to that disaster because there was no enforcement of several protections and requirements when the mine was initially closed and when they started remining. Even to this day, that community has been wanting to take government to court so that government can actually enforce the obligations when it comes to that mine. But the local community is being bullied by a powerful mining company that controls that local political economic space in ways that they are even blocked from accessing their own government that they've elected. That's just another example of how it has happened. The last example I want to bring are rural struggles in the Northwest and in the Eastern Cape, in Xolobeni and in Rustenburg, where there's collusion between the chieftaincy, the private sector, and the state against the interests of the people. Again, it's a combination of using conservative, problematic, anti-democratic legislative frameworks and mining interests. So the corruption is hidden, and it seems to be legitimate. So that's why I think a basic needs, public goods, a democratic action from below approach is very important in the fight against corruption. So the last point I want to make is about the power of ordinary people when it comes to holding the state accountable. Yes, we go to parliament, yes, we go to courts. As Adam Habib wrote at some point of the democratic transition, that what drove development in Southeast Asian countries was the notion of uncertainty, insofar as both the political and economic elites were never safe, secure, and certain in the positions of power they occupied for a range of reasons. And then he was bringing the idea of uncertainty into our system to say, our politicians and our business elites do not fear the people enough. So the question I want to pose is, how do we enable political reforms that deepen democracy, that can ensure that actually people have real power over the politicians? The question of social distance between the politicians and the people is a big question. So yes, lifestyle audits are critical. You've seen in public debate suggestions that say if the politicians were to use our public hospitals, our public schools, they would behave differently. It's one start, but I think there's something we still have to do to sophisticate the debate further. How do we build mechanisms that really close that social distance such that actually we can reach and have an effect on our politicians such that they respect us as ordinary people? And the fight against corruption, I think, is an important opportunity where we can push in that regard. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, our final panelist, Feroz. Now, you've been working for quite a while now with the NACAC on assessing this country's anti-corruption infrastructure, and in particular its capabilities in terms of addressing systemic corruption and state capture. So talk to us about, where are we now and where do we need to go? What does our anti-corruption infrastructure need to look like going forward?
Thanks, Debbie. How do you say
They will turn it on.
Oh, okay. It's on. Okay. Thank you, Debbie. Very pleased to be here. So the conversation in the last session and the presentations that have been made, I'm going to try and pick up on them and to use this opportunity to share information with you that should place all of you in a better position to support the fight against corruption. So let me first deal with the reflections earlier about what's happened with our report. So first, the process, where we are, and then I'll share some brief reflections on the content of the report. We anticipated that an election and its aftermath might lead to a hiatus in the work that we were doing, in the response to our work. So we completed our midterm report, and 4 advisories, by the way, on different topics, included procurement, party funding, whistleblowing, and I can't remember the 4th, but David is here, maybe he remembers the 4th. We have produced our midterm report, which contains our core recommendations on the establishment of a new anti-corruption body. And we indeed have had this interruption for 5 months. In August, after receiving an apology from the Presidency that the report had been misplaced, and that happens, that can happen in government, but that's what we were told. But I received a letter from the President with an apology, with an expression of gratitude for our work, and with an instruction that this report should now be processed through the governmental process. It's important to bear in mind that we are an advisory body set up to advise the President on the implementation of the all government, all society policy approach, which was adopted about 2 years ago. Many of you were involved in the formulation of that policy, and that our mandate to advise the President on the implementation of that policy, which includes the implementation of the Zondo Commission recommendations, overlaps with some of the line departments, like the Department of Justice, and the recommendations that we are required to make can impact the mandate of those departments, including their ministers. For instance, the South African Police Service, the Department of Justice, and so forth. So it's not, you need to understand that level of complexity and the position of the NACAC in that process. So the President then instructed the DG to begin the process within governmental structures, which would be the same with any policy proposal from any department. A few weeks ago, I was invited to make a presentation to FOSSAD, which brings together all the Directors General. That went very well. It was clear in that meeting that our proposal had the support of all the law enforcement agencies, MPA, the ID, the SIU, including the DPCI. And that's very important that we, because in framing our proposals, we've taken those considerations into account so that we minimize resistance. Last week, I was invited to make a presentation to the JCPS cluster of the senior officials. That presentation didn't go as well as I'd hoped. There was a lot of misunderstanding there. I was being asked questions about why we need a new institution, for instance, what it's going to cost, when they should have understood that we have a mandate from the President to make recommendations on precisely that question. And that meeting ended without any clarity on the next steps. Last week, the JCPS cluster of ministers met. Now, in his letter to me, the President made it clear that we were authorized or we were required to present our report to the ministers. We were not invited to that meeting. I don't know whether that was an oversight or whether there was some other reason. But it's of concern to me that we were not invited to make the presentation the next step when the President had specifically issued that instruction that we should present our report to the ministers. I have subsequently been in touch inquiring why that happened. I understand it was on the agenda, but the NECAC was certainly not invited to be present in that meeting. It is the view of the Council that there is no reason why, while the report is going through this governmental process, that it shouldn't be released for public discussion and engagement. We are also of the view that the pathway to the Cabinet should be a clear one. It was being suggested in one of these meetings that there are other proposals, but we haven't seen other proposals. We have a firm proposal. Our objective is to ensure that at least by the end of the year, and we are ready now, to formulate a Cabinet memorandum. We are already thinking about working on the business case. We are beginning to think about what the legislative arrangements would look like, precisely for the reasons that Paul was discussing earlier, which is that there's a time cost in any process of corruption reform. The longer we delay establishing new institutions which are required and strengthening the existing ones, the greater the risk of further degeneration, as corruption is an evolving and adapting phenomenon. So that's what we need your support for, to agree that the proposal should be publicly discussed. We would like an opportunity to be presented in Parliament, and we see no reason why, although we're not a line department, why our proposal shouldn't be considered by Cabinet as soon as possible. So that's on the process. What have we proposed? Responding, as I say, to both the policy framework, all of government, all society, which in some way breaks from the idea that all we need to do in fighting corruption is to prosecute individual criminals after the fact. All government, all society presumes a broader approach, including an approach which mobilizes society, which addresses behavior norms, and so forth. So the gap we identified in the system is on the prevention side, the prevention of what we call systemic corruption, which is distinguishable from but includes what might be called quid pro quo or transactional corruption. Systemic meaning broadly that there are multiple actors, usually coordinated of the state capture concept, and within the narrow terms of reference of the Zondo Commission, we've got to shift the debate. We have a larger and continuing challenge around systemic and various forms of systemic corruption in different sectors. Let me just pick up on the point that was made by Mazibuko Jara, is that we should also be thinking about linking our fight against corruption with a basic needs analysis. And you could do that, for instance, by focusing on different sectors in the way you prioritize the fight against corruption, like, say, hospitals, the health sector, linking it with basic needs, education, electricity provision, local government service delivery. So we've taken that into account, Mazibuko, in thinking about this idea of establishing an institution to fill a gap on the prevention side of systemic corruption. What we have in mind is a body that will be empowered to conduct audits proactively, that has powers of search and seizure, powers of entry, to go into any institution with or without a presidential proclamation. So we are suggesting that the presidential proclamation be retained. We can debate why we have made that recommendation, but we've also suggested that this new agency, which should be a Chapter 9 institution, with all the characteristics that the Glenister requirements have established as constitutional imperatives, that is, to be insulated from the political process, with a mandate to go into the institutions. Tembisa Hospital is our favorite example. Go into that institution, conduct an audit. It might do that together, for instance, perhaps with the Auditor General's Office, with SARS. Go in, conduct an audit, including audits into the procurement systems. They obviously need the expertise and the capacity to conduct such audits, identify where the systemic weaknesses are, where the vulnerabilities are, and then make binding recommendations. Now, one way we're hoping that institutional work is to be able to dismantle corruption in a hospital, in a government department, systemic corruption in a local authority, proactively. Where it discovers evidence of criminal corruption, as indeed was the case with the Zondo Commission, we are recommending that it should have the power to investigate that narrow category of corruption, so that it doesn't interfere with the current mandate of the DPCI, for instance, which has a whole caseload of corruption cases, which we don't want to disrupt. But if this body goes in, conducts such an audit, discovers, as indeed the Zondo Commission did, and then referred those matters to the prosecuting authorities, we are saying that this body, the SIU currently, and I'm going to come to the relationship with the SIU process, doesn't have the powers to conduct that investigation. We are saying this new body should have the powers to prepare the docket under the supervision of the MPA, so that you limit the time period for the completion of the investigation under the supervision of the prosecuting authorities. Now, bear in mind that we are not proposing, we are proposing that this body have powers to investigate criminal corruption, that narrow category, but not to exercise powers of arrest. So if it wants to exercise powers of arrest, as the SIU, the joint operation that took place in the Eastern Cape recently, it will work together with the DPCI. So at the moment, at least that's our proposal, these are not police officers. We're not interfering with the powers of the Minister of Police or the DPCI. We're not so, and that's a strategic judgment about why we've made that recommendation. This body will also have the powers to conduct public inquiries to meet the recommendations of the Zondo Commission for establishing a permanent body that can conduct investigations. But this is not a judicial commission. So this is a body that will engage with the public, can engage in public education and public communication projects as one of its functions, do policy work, because there isn't a body in the system, in our multi-agency framework at the moment, that has a policy, that has the mandate to look at anti-corruption policy on a continuous basis, make adjustments to that policy informed by good data and expertise as corruption evolves, so they're able to decide year on year which sectors to target. So it will have strong policy-making capabilities, strong capabilities to monitor corruption, to conduct investigations, and so forth. So we have responded to the Zondo Commission recommendations not by agreeing with a specific recommendation, but agreeing with the Zondo Commission on the need for a permanent body, also a body to investigate procurement fraud, procurement corruption, that will sit alongside and work with the new regulatory bodies, which has a compliance mandate, not a criminal law mandate. Okay, so that these two institutions will also sit alongside each other. And I'll conclude here. What we are proposing is that this body incorporates the SIU. It's not the SIU in new clothes, because as you can see from what I've said, it will have the powers that the SIU currently has, but a considerably broader mandate to give effect to the all government, all society approach. We've looked at David Bruce's excellent work. I also suggest you look at Colette Ashton's work of the SIU, which has also informed some of our thinking. Now, rather than simply to do desktop comparative research and borrow from other experiences, we've approached this task in a practical way. The SIU has a footprint across the country right now. They have offices across the country. Any new anti-corruption agency is going to have a footprint in Limpopo and the far recesses of the Eastern Cape. The SIU comes closest to that kind of structure already at the moment. It has some of the capabilities that are going to be required. It is, for instance, already building new technological capabilities. It has some capabilities already in the area of data analytics. It has a proven record of dealing with, if you like, systemic corruption by going into various institutions and identifying where the problems are. But it is not, so we want to build on that institution rather than to try and establish an institution on a tabula rasa from scratch. That will prolong the period of time it's going to take to get to the point where we can be effective, and it's also more demanding in resourcing terms. So this is a practical, pragmatic approach to institution building, which addresses a real gap in the system. I see that I've run out of time. In the questions, if you could help me answer address the question, what we are currently doing, because I haven't said anything to you yet about the law enforcement side, which is also very important. If you're dealing with prevention proactively. You also have to deal with accountability and proper investigation and prosecution. You should think about these two sides of anti-corruption reform as both necessary and complementary. Sorry if I took too much time.
No, thank you very much. I think that was very useful and valuable for us to hear and engage with. We're going to open up for broader discussion now. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take a round of 5 initial questions. We'll bring it back to the panelists for discussion, and then we will keep doing that until we finish at around 1 o'clock. Vishanti, do we have questions online? Okay, so I'll just start with people in the room, and then as we build up a few more online, then I'll defer to you. Can I just get some hands, and then I will, number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5. Okay.
All right, thank you. My name is Ayandasisha Wigzell. I'm the Communications Manager for Equal Education. Thank you very much for mentioning us. The question and the comment that I have is that I was looking around in the room and I'm seeing that there aren't really organizations or young people that are in the room to speak about the ways in which corruption is affecting us. As Equal Education, we literally see, and our equalizers, who are the comrades, we call them little comrades, they live and breathe the austerity measures that are currently being implemented by the Department of Education and Treasury. They are living through the corruption that has come from state capture in the form of schools not being built and the norms and standards laws being pushed back and the goalposts being pushed back by the Department of Education and the powers that be at large. And so the question that I have for Parry and for the panelists at large is, how do we then take these, and I call them high-level discussions, but how do we take these high-level discussions to the young people who need to have this information, who have a right to have this information so that they too can start making decisions for themselves? Because what will end up happening is you're going to have another generation of young people not wanting to participate in anything that has to do with democratic processes, including voting, which has a direct effect on the people who are making the decisions that they are currently living in right now. And there's a great alienation that is happening with young people when it comes to these kinds of discussions, and they have a direct correlation in the lives that they are living. And so I just like for these spaces to be more open and more inclusionary of young people. And I'm not talking young people who are in university spaces. I'm speaking about actual teenagers, children who are living through the ramifications of the decisions that adults have been making, especially those who are in power.
Thank you. My name is Johnny Masero Peterson from the National School of Government, but my question is not about me as a public servant, but as a citizen of this country. Thanks a lot for the inputs, and I note something about whole of government, whole of society approach that, and I think central to it should be public participation or public involvement. Advocates Pretorius and Public Protector earlier said something that relates to the role that is played by political actors. One being that the corruption is so spread that it's difficult to put it in one place, like when state capture inquiries happened. The second one being the fact that Public Protector says in Parliament now she has to be accountable to some of the people who are implicated. Now, given this scenario, it is clear that public actors in politics will not manage themselves and will not correct things, because even the people who made awareness and all those things were not politicians. Yes, the SACP played an important role later to couch the whole issue of capture as a corporate capture. And EFF made a nice right noise later, but civil society was important here. Now, public political actors are strong and powerful, and they're the ones making sure what goes through Parliament. Now there's a development in our country that we say is going to be permanent, likely to be in a long time. That is coalition governments. And we see how they are managing themselves even now, how they start coming up with rules like, if you have more votes, you form government, how a mayor of 1% party becomes a mayor, right? And all is because they are self-preserving. Now, I would like to know as to what role can civil society play, CASAC, PARI, and others. What role can we play on ensuring that there's a coalition framework? This coalition framework that will ensure that there's no such thing as self-preservation activities we are seeing now among political actors. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Albertus Kuman with the World Bank. I have a question for the professor. When we generally talk about kind of anti-corruption, we can divide it into, prevention, detection, and prosecution. And you've identified prevention as the big gap. And I wanted to dig a bit deeper on that in terms of what the council has been doing. A lot of what you've just described around the new agency, I would see more in the middle on the kind of detection, investigation aspects. And understand you wanted to talk about the prosecution and law enforcement side of things. But I think generally, internationally, when you look at anti-corruption agencies and we talk about prevention, we're thinking in terms of kind of civil servant asset disclosure, lifestyle audits, integrity, public integrity management type of things. So, I mean, that could include training, research. You mentioned policy to some extent. But I don't hear a lot on the kind of asset disclosure, integrity management side of things. And so I'd want to hear if there were other recommendations, maybe beyond the entity that you're talking about, that you've looked at to understand that gap and how that might be addressed. Because I definitely agree that's probably South Africa's biggest challenge in the anti-corruption space. Thanks.
Thanks so much. My name is Nkudleko from Corruption Watch. I wanted to know what the role of the IDAC is in relation to this new proposed entity, because as I understood it from the draft amendment last year, the IDAC already has a narrow focus on corruption. It has the power to investigate and would be working within the NPA. So just from maybe improving the independence of it and the institutional independence of the IDAC would be the one helpful thing instead of creating an entirely new institution doing the same thing. Thanks.
Yeah, it's a question to Mazibuko or anybody else, in fact, in the room who cares to try and answer it. How do you propose to address the issue of social norms at scale? Because the answer always has been, we have a fantastic civil society, and we have trade unions, and we have traditional leaders, and we have all sorts of organizations. And with that goes, I think, essentially the myth that by speaking to the executive committees of these organizations, you essentially are speaking to their members or their supporters, which I don't think is very often the case. So how do you propose addressing the question of changing, the need to change social norms in the society, as opposed to, as I say, simply at the level of the leadership of each organization? Are you talking about behavior change programs, those sorts of issues, or is there some other answer to this?
Thank you so much. I'm just going to take one question from the online group. Can we get the microphone to Vishanti, please?
Okay, so one question from an anonymous participant regarding public procurement. How will the government's professionalization efforts ensure standardized compensation for unskilled labor within the Public Procurement Act and Office framework, considering relevant capital allocations? Yeah. How will the government's professionalization efforts ensure standardized compensation for unskilled labor within the Public Procurement Act and Office framework? I can ask you another one. Taking a broad systemic approach, will the proposed Office for Public Integrity and the NPA together meet the STIRS criteria?
All right. It's a lot for you, for us.
Yeah.
Shall we go to you first, and then we'll open up for the rest of the panel?
Thanks for the questions. So the OPI, that's what the proposed name, Office of Public Integrity, will be independent. And it is required in our proposals to meet the STIRS criteria. It goes to appointments, it goes to budgets, it goes to how it reports. We haven't yet thought through its internal governance structures. That's something we're looking at. What is its relationship with IDAC? So let me come back to the distinction I drew between systemic and transactional corruption. You need to address both in the system. So the Council supports the legislative reforms that have so far been enacted to re-establish the scorpions. That's not what they're saying they're doing, but that's what effectively they're trying to do, a prosecution-led model. So I don't see Andrea Johnson here anymore, but that body investigates criminal corruption under either POCA or PRECA. As an individual who is charged with criminal corruption, that person will and should end up in court and be convicted and sentenced. Systemic corruption is the gap that we're trying to fill. And I think that the article, I read it yesterday, the article that was proposed I think that maybe it should be circulated. It's really a good article which explains the concept of systemic corruption. So if we're thinking about institutional design, we're thinking about prevention and accountability, criminal accountability, prevention through the new anti-corruption body that we are proposing. Now, what are we now currently doing? We've divided ourselves into two work streams. Work stream one, headed by Sekutlani Pamodi, known to some of you, very smart young man, heads up the work stream concerned with the implementation of this proposal, the business case, the financial model, all of that. We're not waiting for permission to look at what implementation will require. Because we want to get the body up and running as soon as possible. The second work stream is headed by David. That we are now looking at the law enforcement side. How do we strengthen the investigative and prosecutorial bodies? We support the legislative reforms that have been introduced thus far. We have proposed that the Director General, that the MPA should be administratively independent of the Department of Justice, which is not currently. The DG of the Department of Justice is the accounting officer. So we have made that one proposal. Now recall the discussion led by Paul in the previous session. What's going to be critical are the resources, the numbers, the skills of these investigative bodies. I don't know what, I can't remember the analogy, was it the Beetle and the Ferrari? But there's an inequality of arms. If we're going to get better results, bearing in mind what Paul said about the difference between the standards required of a finding by a judicial commission of inquiry and a finding beyond reasonable doubt by a court in cases of criminal corruption, which are often very complicated. We have got to address this problem by ensuring that the DPCI, IDAC, and the NP are properly capacitated and resourced. And that's what David, including looking at legislative reforms, Paul, like you were beginning to suggest, I think, on digital evidence. Because right now, of course, you know, we have very good lawyers in this country, senior counsels and so forth, at the Johannesburg Bar and bars across the country. I mean, lawyers, not drink holes. Our government lawyers are at a disadvantage at the moment. We must make sure that they're in a position to win. Of course, where you have systemic corruption, you have systemic resistance, particularly where systemic corruption involves political actors, people who have political power through political parties, through important positions, and so forth. We should not be naive about this. We should recognize that we are in the middle of a long-term process of institutional anti-corruption reform. There's no straight line. Most of the evidence shows that anti-corruption reform initiatives struggle to be successful. And one reason is because there's systemic resistance. So we're in this battle. Civil society is going to have a very important and critical role over time. Two quick points about the question from the World Bank. So we haven't looked carefully yet at integrity management. Currently, it's handled by the PSC and by departments. That's something we should look at. I certainly think that the lifestyle audits should be mandated to this new body. So there are other areas that I haven't specifically mentioned that could be functions that could be allocated to this new body because they're not currently being carried out by other components of this multi-functional system that we have. And I think that the point about public participation, you know, South Africa has strong strengths in this regard. We have to involve our people in the fight against corruption, and we are proposing that mandate, including the social norms mandate, but we haven't got answers to how that should be carried out yet, should be allocated to this new body. So it's quite a unique body that we are proposing, one that is also contextually located in our recent experience, in our culture, in what's possible, in the expectations of our people.
Thank you very much. I'm gonna go to Zuki now, and then Marianne will come to you next, and then we'll go to Mazibuko.
Yeah. Thanks, Debbie. I think I'll address. I mean, I apologize to Anonymous. I'll spend some time trying to better understand that question, and I think it seems to contain a lot in it. So not to ignore, but just to say, well, maybe offline try to answer that. I do want to stick just to the point around public participation and inclusion, in particular of young people. I'll maybe stick to the notion of procurement. The one, maybe take just a step back, which is to look at the open movement. And I think the sort of global open movement is about 20 years old. And in the context of South Africa, you know, being a signatory to the Open Government Partnership, which is quite a specific multi-stakeholder platform that was established in 2011 with the sort of aim of changing how government does its job, how government operates. But with a particular lens on understanding that you really cannot achieve much without taking those to whom you serve along with you along the journey. So one of the sort of big aspects of, open government and open government partnership is really to say you really need to open up participation in meaningful ways. Procurement is the least sexy, least interesting space likely to open up participation and inclusion, but there are definitely ways in which you can harness the creativities and innovation of young people, for instance. So one example, and I think equal education is a good example that you use because they were part of this conversation, in the context of fiscal transparency and opening up budgets, was to say, right, so we know that, for instance, the education sector is allocated a massive amount of the fiscus and at the same time is not meeting the needs of the majority. So what must happen, for instance, in the context of school infrastructure provisioning, where we know that the books say one thing, what's delivered on the ground is an entirely different story. So one of the things around open data was to kind of create the space where you can say, yes, you can report on particular aspects in Parliament, the AG can take on particular reports, a committee, appropriations committee or otherwise, can sit with the reports before them. But what is quite a significant value add, is participation of community members, of learners, of school governing bodies who can say, this is the actual context of our school, this is actually what school infrastructure looks like in this context, who can do social audits. And I think there are many in the room likely who've had experiences of the efficacy of social audits. What's really interesting, and I would definitely say for equal education, this might be a space to kind of really venture into, is the work that's being done by the AG's office to partner with civil society organizations, and in particular, community-based organizations, in understanding what actually is happening at the sort of hub of delivery, whether it's infrastructure, water, local government, services, and so on. So I think that is quite a meaningful and a very real thing that's happening that I think I would say would be worth others really supporting, encouraging, and fostering ways to kind of build that sort of partnership between Chapter 9, state actors, and communities, who really, as you were saying, are at the interface of delivery or at the interface of lack of delivery. Procurement, again, I would say, I would definitely warn against us kind of creating inclusion for its own sake. I think that each of us likely have different value adds along the procurement chain, whether it is about the social audit element, the research element, the advocacy element, the policy element. I think that is slowly happening. So what I will end off with is a sort of another call around, what is happening, could be happening better, which is likely a space that has seen some significant weakening, which is, again, coming back to this open government partnership notion, which identifies the need, again, for collaboration between civic actors and government to kind of build on particular commitments. One such commitment a couple of years back was around open contracting. And there were organizations who kind of worked with the OCPO and National Treasury to say, this is an opportunity, and built into this national action plan a procurement or an open contracting commitment. There's been lags, there's been disillusionment, but I do think that in this context, one of the maybe calls for the GNU, which I think was the framing of our panel, is to say we must actually start to take such initiatives, commitments quite seriously, and put resources behind them, put energy behind them. This work is expensive, both from a sort of energy, human resourcing, and a financial perspective. So that's, I think, I really like your point, and I think it's an important one. There are practical ways that can happen without necessarily expecting young people to be excited by procurement, or, and I do want to just, to Feroz, I'd be very keen at some point to hear about the funding modalities or the resourcing modalities for this body. I think it's fantastic, but I'm going to leave it there.
I'm inviting you to work with our work streams.
Thank you so much, Suki. Marianne, is there anything you would like to come in on, either from the floor or from your fellow panelists?
Yeah, no, absolutely. Very important and very interesting questions, and very deep presentations. Let me try and answer it broadly in this way. One of the consequences of the national unity government in Parliament is that the door has now opened a crack towards the possibility of firmer greater oversight. It's not a given. There's some interesting dynamics happening. The Presidency Oversight Committee is one, interpellations is others. There are many warning points. The one thing that is very difficult is in our system that we have, where political parties are so central. It is up to the political party to send, even if there are state capture implicated named people, be that Brian Molefe, be that Malusi Gigaba, or be that people who Parliament's own ethics committee has made findings again, like Dina Pule. But it is up to the political party to send these people to Parliament. And for as long as political parties feel that they can ignore
Is she still on Zoom? Is it just us or? Marianne, we've lost you.
Can you hear me?
Okay. Are you there?
Am I back?
Yes, you're back.
Fantastic. Which then takes me to my next point, because the question about social norms is fundamental to everything. And let me be the devil's advocate on this one, but really, lifestyle audits are absolutely meaningless. Really, they are. Unless those lifestyle audits are published and brought into the public domain, who will know? We've had a situation in democratic South Africa where public servants in the senior management levels needed to disclose. And there were problems with the system. Not everyone ever did, but the system has improved. The issue is, however, that the Public Service Commission that manages those disclosures keeps those disclosures confidential. So what's the impact? It's one of the reasons why we've seen senior civil servants at various levels involved, implicated in state capture and other corruption. The police can say we're doing lifestyle audits, cool, but if we don't know, what's the impact? We've had a number of senior police members caught with their finger in the pie, so to speak. So those are very important things for me from an oversight, accountability, and a parliamentary kind of perspective to keep in mind when we talk about these things. Yes, as was said repeatedly earlier, one needs to work with the state that there is, but one needs to be also very careful what sort of a state there is. And I'm not surprised to hear the delays around the report. And I'm not surprised to hear what Feroz Kachalia has told this meeting, because it's very indicative about how the state works. So everything is cut up in little pieces, pretty much like the Zondo Commission report. And that allows segments of the state to do what they think they might like, without actually coordinating with other segments of the state, because that may make things difficult. And when somebody from civil society or from the media directs a question to one side of the state, that side of the state can very simply say, oh, we're processing, or no, sorry, we're not in charge, you need to go somewhere else. And that then triggers a process of obfuscation, although on the face of it, people involved in the process of obfuscation can say, no, but we've answered the question. The person didn't come to the right place. And that is just a warning signal that I think needs to be taken very seriously, both by civil society organizations and also by journalists, because it means that the systemic corruption and the systemic unaccountability is not being challenged, is not being loosened. So, for example, I mean, it came up earlier, in terms of, many of the legislative proposals we have seen recommended from the Zondo Commission of Inquiry have been actualized, operationalized. Yes, we have a new Public Procurement Act, but the heart of what was recommended, i.e. a corruption oversight function, has not been included. Let's take the Electoral Amendment Act. Yes, it directly talks to the Zondo Commission recommendations about reviewing the electoral system, but actually, despite the Ministerial Advisory Committee finding 4 constituency-based elements to be included, the Act didn't do so. And here is an important point to make. Because of the public outcry and the civil society mobilization, at the last moment in the NCOP, a very important section was introduced, the electoral reform panel. And that then opened the door a crack. And that process, I believe, is underway, close to being finalized. So just to bring it up to about broader issues, but it's very important to pay attention to the detail and the operationalization.
Marianne? Can you hear us? Okay, it's frozen. All right, I will move on to Mazibuko, and then we'll come back to Marianne at the end for our roundup.
Thank you. Okay. There was that question, I think, from Jody on the need to overcome the self-management of politicians through some civil society action on coalition frameworks. I'm rephrasing the question. One part of the answer, look, we're not acting politically sufficiently enough as social movements and civil society in a directional and purposeful way. So look at Abahlali, Basamjondolo in eThekwini. There has been a sustained crisis there. There have been various parties contesting the space. But has Abahlali thought through how to politically exploit what is happening in the political system there? So what I'm raising about Abahlali applies across the board, even where there are social movements. So there's a need to improve how we build political strategy of civil society and social movements when it comes to coalitions. Lessons from elsewhere shows, for example, in Indonesia, where movements of urban dwellers actually exploit the changes in power between different political parties to advance their rights. But you're raising the point with regard to accountability. Broadly, I think there are some reforms which I think are needed, which can enable what you are asking for. There's no right to recall elected public representatives. I think this right to recall is absolutely crucial, particularly at the local level. If ordinary people had the right to recall, these coalition partners and parties would act very differently, because they would know that you could invoke a process of the right to recall properly. The other dimension, which I think is also lacking in our system, is the right and power of ordinary people to propose law. We do not have that in any significant way. Of course, we can make recommendations through our public submissions and so on. But as to what happens to those recommendations, it can just die down the line. So I think for me, those broader systemic reforms could help then to move towards what you're asking for. Dave and the comrade from Equal Education, what's your name, sister? sorry, I missed your name. Zukiswa has begun to answer that question. But I just want to say a few points. One, our context of mass unemployment and inequality and also poor state capacity means that even poor people are involved in the hustle, which enables corruption. So this is a big context that we have to work against. I think there's a need for significant public education in simple and plain ways. And the public media is very critical here. Because our people do not read newspapers or the Financial Mail. So we need to work out. Corruption Watch has done very well. There used to be adverts of Corruption Watch. Equal education is very key here in the way that Zukiswa was talking about. How does the money flow on education infrastructure, on the school feeding program? Can we take 10 schools in one region and really educate a critical mass of students, which also influences the teachers, which influences the parents, and can position those young people as champions for clean and transparent governance around the notion of imali yetu. Similarly, beyond equal education, I think another targeted area could be a few municipalities where there is effective presence of civil society and social movement voices. Again, a targeted set of issues. How is money on water infrastructure being spent? How do we track the corruption and so on? But ultimately, what is going to change public consciousness and public commitment to fighting corruption is going to be real consequences, which must be effective and which must be quick. All the key institutions are overloaded. The complaints to the public protector take time to be resolved. Even the institutional framework that is emerging, as Firoz was presenting, the question that is not going to face it is how quickly, how effective, and how real are the consequences. So that's something which I think we all have a responsibility to pay attention to. Yeah, I think that's how far I can go. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I've got 5 minutes left. I'm going to take 2 very brief questions, and then I'm going to hand over to the panelists for a just sort of last reflection. I'm going to ask everyone to keep it very brief, please, because we don't have the capacity to overrun by much. I saw Lawson, and I saw Paul. Over here.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much. Just a comment, and that comes from the corruption strategy perspective, is I really think that there are so many new people who got on board with all of these processes that it is quite important that people actually read what the strategy says about things like citizen empowerment, participation by civic movements, and how that has been laid out on a 10-year tangent in terms of what people should be doing and what organizations can be doing. So I really want to implore that we need to look at perhaps rereading everyone the actual strategy, because that is what the next proposals are about, and a lot of the recommendations from Zondo was already placed into that. It's just been given a lot more prominence. And then the second comment that I wanted to just make is something which I do see which might be a miss in terms of a lot of the architectural discussions is what are we going to do about the cho-cho takers?
Quick question and a narrow question to Feroz, but I think an important one. The new Chapter 9 institution, will it have power to decide what it investigates? And in relation to investigating a big picture of current corruption, I think you know what that abbreviation means, will it have powers of compulsion in relation to that investigation and power to determine its own terms of reference?
Thanks, David. Just a brief, I think it's a brief comment. I welcome what Feroz has spoken to us about today, about the proposal for the new institution, and also talking through the sort of what I call the value chain of the law enforcement system. So you can't just look at the agency itself, but it's the SAPs, the DPCI, IDAC, and so on. But at the very end of that value chain sits the courts. And unless we deal with the court system itself, and something I've mentioned in this forum before about the idea of having dedicated courts to deal with these corruption cases, and you don't have situations where, as Paul mentioned earlier, there are no corruption cases that are simple, they're all complex. And yet we find that judge presidents appoint acting judges to hear complex cases.
Okay, thank you very much for the final round of questions. I'm going to hand over to the panelists to give us their last answers and reflections, and to tell us, what is their one big thing that they would like to see actioned in, say, the next year. Can we go to Marianne first? Is she back?
Yeah, I'm here. I think the discussions are incredibly important because it brings together concepts and a sense of where could one go to do things differently and better. I think there's a number of cautions, and I think there's a number of warning lights that need to be considered. Because one key aspect is that there is not one single event structure that will bring the turnaround. And that's why the questions, the questions tying the courts into this proposed Chapter 9 institution is important also. I'm happy you put a timeline on the one thing to see, because obviously what I would like to see is an institutional cultural change immediately, but I suspect that is a work in progress and may take a little while. So I'm coming back to the Presidency Oversight Committee as something that needs to happen. It needs to happen soon. Because for me, I think it is, given the contested history of it and how long it has taken to get to this point, it's important that it happens, because it would then signal a different approach, or at least the start of a different approach of oversight and ensuring accountability by Parliament. The risk is, and this is interesting to watch, while there's been an in-principle decision that such a committee is needed, it has now been shifted back to the subcommittee to work out all the details. Now, it's interesting, if the subcommittee does not do that quickly, we may be in a situation that this committee is never established, the kind of kicking for touch that we've seen in the past. So the sub-rules committee must do its job quickly. It must go back to the rules committee for a formal approval, and then the committee will report to the House, and the House will have to vote on that. And I would say that these processes must be wrapped up by the end of the year, by December, before Parliament rises to go into recess, in order to be a key moment that could change how things have unfolded so far. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Marianne. Zuki?
Mine's a brief one. Thanks. Which is just around this notion of the accountability ecosystem, and I'll sort of loan that from the AG's office. And I would say, linked very much to Marianne's points around the parliamentary context, I think that Parliament and its committees, both in the National Assembly and provincial legislatures, have a significant potential that obviously is just nowhere near being fulfilled as it should. So I would say that it's been encouraging to hear that there is resourcing both in terms of expertise, research capacity in the parliamentary space. But I would say that perhaps this is an opportunity as well in the current political context to see just how far we can push that envelope and really capacitate proper oversight in the parliamentary space, not just in relation to public finances and procurement, but for it all.
Thank you so much. Mazibuko?
No, I think all has been said. All I'll say is that let us intensify the work we're all doing such that the new Andile Ngutama from Equal Education does not ask us awkward questions down the line.
Okay, final comment from Feroz.
Thanks, Debbie. So Paul's question, we have proposed that we retain the presidential proclamation because we think presidential leadership remains important, where assuming we have a committed president, an ethical president. Hang on a second, Justice Kriegler. So we can have that debate. The solution to problems of bad politics are not to denude the political process of all its efficacy. We have a president, an elected president. But we've also proposed that the new body should be able to initiate investigations independently, subject to some legislative test that we're going to come to you to help us formulate, because it can't be, it can't be completely discretionary either. So the idea then is that the new body will be able to go into an institution, conduct an investigation, if necessary, together with other bodies, and then make binding recommendations of a systemic kind. It might also make recommendations, for instance, on disciplinary action. It might discover criminal evidence of criminal conduct, and then it should be empowered to complete the investigation, to complete the docket. So, on the big picture question, that's what we mean by systemic corruption. Let's say the new body has the information base and the expertise to track patterns of corruption. It might be that they discover that healthcare, the health sector has become particularly vulnerable to forms of systemic corruption. It then has the power to enter any hospital or health department and conduct an investigation without presidential permission. Right? So it is independent. Whether it should or should not retain the power of the president to initiate such an investigation, in addition, is a debatable question. So that's what I mean. The new, at the moment, there isn't anybody, any institution that examines patterns of corruption, analyzes them, has the expertise to identify how corruption is evolving, how corruption may be becoming, the changing patterns of corruption that affect institutions, degrade them, and so forth. Across the board. Right. So I think the systemic corruption tends to refer to, say, the VBS case affecting one institution. But state capture affected a range of institutions. But hopefully, if we have a body that has these capabilities, we will avoid state capture. And I think we should be thinking about sustainability over the long term. We should be thinking about resilience, because I don't think that for anti-corruption reform, there is any magic bullet. We should recognize that in the midst of a long-term a project of building institutional resistance. And I'm, in a way, quite optimistic. If you think about where we started with Public Protector's report. At that point, we were sleepwalking. Then we got action. Presidents lost not their heads, but they lost their positions. We got the State Capture Commission. You guys did fantastic work. You know, so I think the country is now not at the beginning. It's in the middle of what is a long-term project. Courts, we spoke to Justice Zondo. In fact, I think Paul was in that meeting. Justice Zondo was skeptical because he has a responsibility to worry about the efficiency of all his courts. But I mean, I think that's an open question that we need to revisit, because the current courts, for the reasons you're indicating, may not be as effective as they should be.
Okay, thank you very much. I will just thank our wonderful panelists and everyone for engaging in the discussion today. It's been really constructive and useful for us going forward. I'm now going to hand over to Lindiwe, and we will be concluding the program shortly. Thank you again.
For your indulgence. Okay, thank you for your indulgence, and thank you very much to all our speakers, our facilitator Devi, and all the panelists. I'm not going to waste any time except to say that I'm glad I announced the bar issue earlier so that you don't think that I'm trying to bribe you for going over time. I'm going to just call Sarah, and thank you very much and thank you to our participants online. Sarah, thanks.
Okay, so I'm not going to try and summarize today's discussion, partly because it would be difficult to, but we will produce a summary report, as we did the last 2 years running, and I would encourage you to go back to those reports. They're not a pari-Cassack record, they're quite literally a record or a set of ideas that emerge from this community that has come to be constituted over the last 3 years. And there's a lot of value in those reports, I think, for advocacy, for thinking through the technical details of reform, and for reminders of where we've come over the last 3 years. So just a few sort of closing notes. One of the reasons that we probably should have had a proper full day's conference again. I feel like the conversation's been cut slightly short, and we needed thematic focus areas to really get into the detail again. But the reason we decided to have the event today is just to remind the state, broader civil society, that the Zondo Commission is essentially a public asset. It's a public asset both in terms of its archive, so wearing my researcher hat, it's an enormously rich database. And we haven't even started to mine that database to get a better sense of the big picture, and also what it says more broadly about the nature of our post-apartheid state and society. So, to add something to the agenda that didn't come up so far in discussion, the question of the Zondo database. We really do need a clear, transparent, rational, public-spirited policy on how we're going to manage this database, all of it. And I understand there are different components, they need different kinds of thinking, but it is a public asset in a way. Even if there are large components of that database that are not going to be privy to the public, there should be a transparent policy around how it's accessed, managed, and used. Then the other thing, I think, is that it remains a public asset to think through questions of state reform. So Zondo made many, many recommendations. Some of them I think are very strong. Some of them I think needed more deliberation and shouldn't necessarily be implemented as they are. But they set out a set of reform principles for thinking about state reform. So when we're thinking about board appointments, the principle is, a board appointment reform, the principle is there a proper integrity check in that process when we appoint a board? Is our procurement system going to be, under this new act, less fragmented? Because a fragmented system is a system that we will struggle to have oversight of. So we can keep reading this report for those kinds of reform principles as we go along over the next 3 years. As for the question of, but at the same time, sort of state capture corruption moves, in a sense, our sense is that at the moment Parry is doing work on coalition government in Gauteng metros. State capture 2.0, if we can call it, I'm being glib, I don't actually mean that analytically, but it's in city governments at the moment. So, you know, the budget of Tshwane is the same size as the budget of our major parastatal for rail and ports. The city of Johannesburg's budget is even bigger than that. It's billions and billions. And it is currently the very things that we were trying to grapple with at the state-owned enterprise level as we're trying to put these institutional reforms in place and deliberate is happening in our cities as we speak. So I think this sort of returns to some of the big questions you were asking around, and that Mazibuko also brought up, around how do you mobilize a broader constituency around anti-corruption, and I think that has to primarily happen at the municipal level. But I think, again, we can still return to those kinds of principles outlined in Zondo. So how do we appoint municipal entity boards? I mean, that should be a major issue of public concern in a city as big as Johannesburg. What are the criteria for that? How do we appoint a mayor? How does council appoint the municipal manager? It's not the private business of council. That's a public office that we should have major sight of. So I think it's about taking those kind of reform principles and embedding them in very tangible questions at the local level where public participation can be meaningful, because I think it's hard to get public participation and sort of mobilization meaningful at that kind of national level. Parliament, maybe the opportunities now are slightly reinvigorated Parliament, but did you know that you can't get into council meetings? You can barely get into council meetings at the city right now. And there are a couple of journalists who've got city council beat, not many, because media itself is struggling, but they have had to beg to get access to those. And they have only got access now because they managed to establish some kind of rapport with security personnel. That's insane. So I think that the practical questions we ask at the national level, we have to start asking at the local level. And then another thing to consider, I think, is also questions of keeping the whole institutional chain in mind. We don't want a situation where the institutions that take kind of risk, in a sense, to come forward publicly and engage in public debate, and I think the NPA is one of those. Public Protector is another. The Public Service Commission is another. The National School of Government is another. Taking a very proactive stance to engage in public debate are the ones that become answerable to all the questions. Behind the scenes, we have the Department of Justice. So what is it doing to move us forward quickly on these major questions of reform? We want better digital governance, but what is the state of our CETA? Is it fit for purpose to support these ambitions we have in the area of using digital governance for reform? And then a clear demand that has come from the conference, we would like to see the NACAC report made public soon, and deliberations, at least even if there isn't a final answer, proper acknowledgement in the public domain from the state about what the process that's going to unfold is over the next year. I think I'm going to end there. Just to say a few thank yous. Lindiwe, thank you again for being our MC, without the duck this time. And then to the A team, Vishanti over there, and Pamela and Ndlovu, who's outside, are like the core of this conference running smoothly. Solid Gold, thank you very much. Refilwe, Tseho, and many others, thank you. And thank you especially to the speakers and to you for your participation. Lawson, this is the 4th event that we have managed with you. Always very productive, always very easy. A real sort of collegial partnership, so thank you.
And I can hold my hand, yeah, I can love me better.